So you just close it. All right, there we go. It looks like we're up and running. Thank you, everyone. Good morning and welcome. My name is Carl Jacobs, the Recreation Conservation Office. This is day one of Riparian Protection grant evaluations. We have a full day today and then another half day tomorrow. And let me make sure I am sharing the right screen. There we go. Can you see the schedule now? Is that back up? Perfect. Okay. Apologies for that. So we're going to kick it off here with Columbia Land Trust, our first presentation of the day. We'll get that launched. There we go. Can you see your title slide?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to turn off my video, pass you remote control. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can. There it goes. Looks like you're moving the mouse. All right, looks like you got it. All right, whenever you're ready, go right ahead. You got 20 minutes.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Dan Royks. I'm the Conservation Director with Columbia Land Trust. I'm here with our Stewardship Director, Ian Sinks. We'll be presenting the West Fork Washougal Conservation Project. This is an exciting opportunity to conserve a rare, intact, mature forest with extensive riparian areas within an important watershed in the Columbia River system. On this map, we'll start by orienting you to the project. It is located in the southwest corner of Skamania County, immediately adjacent to Clark County. Zooming into the lower Columbia River watershed, the project area is the red dot in the lower right portion of the map. The Washougal watershed is outlined in blue. Federal lands are shown in green, state lands in reddish brown, and Columbia Land Trust conservation projects in yellow. The Washougal watershed plays an outsized role in the Columbia River conservation and restoration efforts, especially salmonid recovery, due to its location relatively close to the Pacific Ocean and below the Columbia Dam complex. As such, acquisition of the project site supports conservation, restoration, and salmonid recovery efforts in the Columbia River estuary, as well as drinking water source protection and wildlife habitat conservation. This map shows the Washougal River watershed. Federal lands are again in green, state lands in reddish brown, local government lands in orange, and Columbia Land Trust conserved lands are in yellow. You can see the project area outlined in bright red, located between Department of Natural Resource Trust lands and the Columbia Land Trust Wild Boy Forest property, conserved in 2020, in part with WWRP funding. This acquisition preserves the oldest remaining private forest in the Washougal watershed and is strategically located where it builds on the cold water and habitat benefits of conserving and restoring the Wild Boy Forest and removing the Quanisum Dam on the Wild Boy property. Finally, zooming all the way into the project site, you get a better picture of the connectivity between the Wild Boy Forest, shown in yellow, and DNR Trust lands, shown in reddish brown. The property is 308 acres of steeply sloped forest. It includes 1.6 miles of shoreline on the West Fork Washougal and 1.52 miles of shoreline on perennial Jackson Creek. Our goal of this project is a healthy and functioning Washougal River watershed, contributing to salmon recovery and water quality in the Columbia River system. Our objectives are to purchase the 308-acre fee simple ownership of the project site to conserve 1.56 river miles and 3.12 miles of shoreline on the oldest private forest in the Washougal watershed, and to manage the property together with the Wild Boy Forest for wildlife habitat, water quality, watershed and landscape connectivity, and other public benefits. I'll turn it over to Ian to talk more about the acquisition benefits of the project.
So good morning. The Washougal River is a beloved watershed in Southwest Washington with a lot to offer, from habitat to recreation to community. It's home to 5 federally listed salmonid species and was one of 4 watersheds in the lower Columbia evaluated for designation as a wild steelhead gene bank. It contains many ecological and culturally important species. It is a source of drinking water for the city of Washougal, and it provides many other community benefits. And this project is a priority parcel in the watershed because it provides these important benefits. It's also a rare opportunity to conserve so much riparian habitat surrounded by old forest. And it's especially rare opportunity given the proximity to the Portland, Vancouver urban area. And so this feed acquisition conserves 109 acres of forested riparian habitat, shown here in blue, and 199 acres of forested uplands. The riparian areas here are defined as 300 feet on either side of anadromous streams, which are the West Fork Washougal River and Jackson Creek, and 150 feet on non-anadromous streams. We established these widths based on topography and the presence of seeps and springs along the hillsides, the potential for wood contribution to the river, and the area of most direct influence on riparian habitat conditions, including temperature and hydrology. And these areas are larger than what is prescribed for forest practices, but we believe very important from an ecological perspective. The map here is built on a LiDAR hillshade base that gives a good sense of the varied site topography. It shows the primary drainages, but also floodplain and off-channel wetlands along the West Fork, Washougal, and Jackson Creek. And you can imagine the varied habitat conditions and how water is captured and flows from the surrounding hillsides to the riparian areas, and how maintaining a mature forest supports riparian hydrology. We want to highlight how this project fits into the larger conservation strategy in this area. And here you can see the DNR lands in brown, the project property in red, and the RCO funded Wild Boy property in yellow with the Quanison Dam, and another property with mature forest and riparian habitat being donated to the Land Trust in purple in the lower left. And as you can see on this map, Wild Boy Creek joins the West Fork Washougal just south of the project area. And together these lands and how they are managed will have a far-reaching and significant impact on riparian and watershed health. The varied habitat, riparian habitat supports a diversity of aquatic species, including those shown here. The property supports 3 federally threatened salmonid species: Lower Columbia summer and winter steelhead and Lower Columbia coho salmon. It also hosts culturally and ecologically important species, including lamprey, sea run, and sea run cutthroat and rainbow trout, and freshwater mussels. Let's see, and these images are taken midway up the property along the West Fork, showing a deep pool at the base of the falls and the falls itself on the right. The availability of pool habitat is an identified limiting factor in the watershed and is critical to the summer steelhead and other salmonid holding for holding and rearing habitat. And the falls, in addition to being a scenic feature, are what separates winter from summer runs. And historically, hundreds of wild summer steelhead were using the upper reaches for spawning. However, today the picture is less clear for lack of monitoring. But it is safe to say that these numbers are in decline, and protection of the habitat is essential for recovery. The riparian habitats on this property are diverse and complex. The main stem river has the pools and falls just mentioned, but also small tributaries and seeps, floodplain wetland benches, and backwater areas. The tributaries, including Jackson Creek shown here, have equally important habitat. Large wood resources in the tributaries are higher than the main stem and help create and maintain pools, which are productive habitat for salmonids, aquatic invertebrates, amphibians, cold water, and many other functions. And the pool shown in the slide is midway up Jackson Creek on the property and recently contained salamanders that are shown in the previous slide, and a spawned out and identified salmonid carcass. One of the reasons this property is so important is that today it's the largest and oldest private forest remaining in the watershed. The forest overstory is composed of large conifers, primarily Doug fir, but also cedar and hemlock. Along shorelines are areas of deciduous forest and patches of shrub wetlands. And the forest, both within the riparian and upland forest habitat areas, are regenerated after the Yakult burn that swept through the area in September 1902. This legacy structure, such as old snags that dot the entire property, are valuable as wildlife habitat, and large old trees are critical to in-stream recovery in the watershed due to an overall lack of large wood in the system capable of interrupting high velocity flows, allowing the river to sort and retain spawning gravels, and creating the habitat diversity that's so important ecologically. The surrounding upland habitat is also important. These areas of old forest provide diverse habitat and structure for a wide variety of wildlife, but are also critical to watershed processes and functions. And without these intact uplands, the riparian areas would not have the same ecological integrity or climate resilience. It is these forested areas that capture, release, and cool the water that make this project so unique and valuable. So this is a complicated graph, but the pattern it shows is pretty consistent. During the hottest points of the hottest days of the year, the site has significant cooling effect on water temperatures. During the summer of 2019, we placed temperature loggers in the upstream, shown in red on the graph, and the downstream, shown in blue, boundaries of the property. It shows that during the warmest days, the water leaves the site 1.5 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than when it enters. This is significant for a watershed challenged by warm summer temperature. It cools the water for on-site habitat, making it more valuable and resilient, and it has an effect downstream throughout the watershed in Lower Columbia. When combined with the cooling effects of removing the Quantiesum Dam, next year, this project builds upon a growing network of conserved habitat with benefits far beyond the site and the watershed. So a note about pollinator habitat. The property does contain diverse vegetation, down logs, and large snags located throughout the property, which provide excellent wildlife and pollinator habitat. Pollinators, which include bees, butterflies, birds, bats, beetles, and other insects and small mammals, need food in the form of flowering plants and a place to shelter and lay eggs or a nest. This property has been relatively undisturbed for over 100 years, and as a result, it has a diverse vegetation and habitat structure supporting pollinators, substantially free of non-native species. Surrounding land use. So at a larger scale, the project provides connectivity between state and federal lands, shown here in red and green. It completes a corridor between the public lands to the west with land trust adjacent Wild Boy Forest. And as we've mentioned, we'll also build upon the water quality benefits of Quantiesum Dam removal project next year. And as a reminder, the Wild Boy Forest Conservation Project completed in 2020 acquired the 1,288 acres just east of the project property and allows for the removal of the almost 400-foot wide dam structure shown here, restore watershed processes and fish access, and remove significant heat sink where water temperatures are raised several degrees during the summer. This work is being completed next year in partnership with the Cowlitz Indian tribe, and will remove the dam structure. It will restore the stream habitat within the 10-acre reservoir, as well as approximately half mile of in-stream habitat downstream of the dam within Wild Boy Creek itself.
Another important aspect of the project is supporting climate resilience. Landscape permeability is critical for climate change resilience, as demonstrated by the Nature Conservancy's terrestrial lands resilience analysis. Permeability is defined by connectivity with conserved lands and low density of infrastructure. This map shows the project site's high level of climate resilience. Blue areas have the highest levels of climate resilience and green the second highest. If this property was to be developed, it would fragment the landscape, and that loss of connectivity would have a negative impact expanding beyond the project site. Through acquisition by Columbia Land Trust, this important forest will be permanently protected, achieving the highest level of protection and ensuring the many benefits of the site are maintained into the future. The next criteria we'll speak to is planning and community support. From a planning perspective, the project is aligned with the Lower Columbia Salmon Recovery and Fish and Wildlife Subbasin Plan, the goals of EPA's Cold Water Refuge Plan, and Columbia Land Trust Conservation Agenda. And as we've mentioned, it also supports and adds to the desired outcomes for the adjacent Quantiesum Dam removal project developed in partnership with the Cowlitz Indian tribe. As articulated in the Lower Columbia Salmon Recovery Fish and Wildlife Subbasin Plan, conservation efforts in watersheds below Bonneville Dam are critical to salmon recovery efforts in the entire Columbia River Basin. This map shows the location of Bonneville Dam, the first of 14 dams on the main stem Columbia River, relative to the Washougal watershed and project site. Skamania County is a rural county economically dependent on natural resources, especially forestry. While rich in natural resources, the county is limited in economic development opportunities. Columbia Land Trust cares about the people and communities in the places where we work, and we've worked closely with the county commissioners to understand these issues and develop conservation strategies they can support. Columbia Land Trust provides public access and voluntarily pays property taxes in Skamania County. We collaborate with county leaders in many ways on shared economic and conservation goals.
So the next criteria is stewardship and restoration. To a large extent, the ecology of this site is intact and functional, and with the exception of in-stream habitat structure, the habitat will not require extensive management. So the stewardship and restoration plan for the property is to maintain the high-quality forest, implement in-stream restoration to restore that in-stream habitat structure and function, control invasive species, of which there are very few currently, manage access and monitor the site to inform management under an adaptive system. Like many watersheds in the Pacific Northwest, the Washougal and West Fork Washougal rivers have a history of splash damming. This photo is from Wild Boy Creek, but there was at least one splash dam on the West Fork Washougal upstream of the project property. This practice scoured the riverbed of smaller gravels and removed large wood, both of which are critical to shape and maintain riparian habitat. And we see the protection of the property as the first step in restoration, protecting intact riparian areas and water quantity and quality. The second step would be to add complexity back into the in-stream environment through large wood placement. And the Land Trust has a long history of implementing these types of projects, and we have a partner in the Cowlitz Indian tribe to accomplish this work on this site. The Land Trust currently manages 36,000 acres of land along 250 miles of the Columbia River. We have a 16-member stewardship team, a $15 million stewardship fund that supports property maintenance and monitoring. And we have a cadre of volunteers and partners supporting land management and restoration. We are also an accredited land trust with the Land Trust Alliance, all of which builds a strong foundation for the Land Trust to successfully care for the habitat lands into the future. And our stewardship team has the skills needed to achieve the project's habitat conservation and future restoration goals. And these photos show some of the aquatic survey work completed in the stewardship team on Wild Boy Creek following its conservation. And a photo from restoration work on the Land Trust at Locoman River property, where we installed multiple engineered log jams to restore in-stream habitats similar to what's needed on the West Fork Washougal.
Next, I'll speak to threats to the habitat. There are two immediate threats to the habitat and conservation benefits on the property: timber harvest and conversion to residential uses. Conserving this property holds the line on rapidly expanding exurban development, which you can see in the parcelization occurring just south of the property. This property is outside of the growth management zone and in an area where there is a lot of development pressure. The property is currently zoned Forest Lands 20, which allows single-family homes to be built on 20-acre lots, which would allow for a 300-acre property like this to be divided into 15 lots. An even more pressing threat is the potential for the intact forest to be lost to full-scale timber harvest. If the property isn't conserved, it will likely be harvested. The net value of the harvestable timber on the property exceeds $5.3 million. There is currently a generational change happening in the family that owns the property, and they are actively making decisions about the future of the land. Because the Land Trust has been working with the family for the past 25 years, right now they're willing and ready to sell for conservation at a bargain sale, donating 50% of the estimated $6 million value, equal to a $3 million donation. We have a signed term sheet with the landowners confirming their bargain sale of the property, and the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board has recommended funding a $1 million grant to the Salmon Recovery Funding Board for the acquisition. Those contributions combined with this $1.5 million grant request will make this acquisition succeed. It is critical that the property be conserved during this moment of opportunity. Next, we'll talk about community benefits and public access. This project provides benefits to the community. It improves water quality in the Washougal watershed, which supplies drinking water to the city of Washougal. It acts as a cold water refuge. It actively cools water as it passes through the property, which provides watershed-wide benefits for salmonids and other cold water-dependent fish and wildlife. Here are members of our stewardship staff installing an interpretive sign at a different conservation site, explaining the purpose and outcomes of habitat conservation and restoration work. This acquisition, with its close proximity to the Portland-Vancouver metro area, provide excellent opportunities to bring diverse populations to the site for education and engagement. As an example, the Land Trust partners with Wild Diversity, a nonprofit organization working to help create a personal connection to the outdoors for Black, Indigenous, all people of color, and the LGBTQ+ communities. Wild Diversity utilizes adjacent Wild Boy Forest for educational outings. One of the pieces missing from that experience is access to an intact, mature forest to aid in the outdoor experience and nature-based education programming. This acquisition will fill in that gap and create a more complete opportunity for community engagement with a variety of partners. Finally, one of the most common issues we hear in rural communities is the lack of public access to forest land. The property has not been open to the public, but once acquired, we will manage it alongside the Wild Boy Forest to provide public access that meets community needs while also protecting the important habitat and natural features of the site. There are currently no developed trails on the property, and we anticipate allowing undeveloped public access while directing more intensive uses to the trail and road networks on the Wild Boy Forest property. Post-acquisition, we will develop a detailed management plan, including public access strategies. Thank you very much for letting us share about this important conservation project. Just to highlight, the project will conserve 3.12 miles of shoreline. It is a critical cold water refuge on the oldest private forest in the Washougal watershed, And right now, our relationship building with the landowner has secured a $3 million bargain sale. So we have an excellent opportunity that we need to seize on now to get this property conserved. Thank you very much, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thanks you guys, appreciate that. Questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? We can jump back to any slides if you'd like. Cindy, go ahead, and then Glenn.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. You mentioned that this was a water supply for Washougal. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that you're talking about the aquifer itself, because there's wells as opposed to a surface water connection. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Yeah. The watershed itself feeds the aquifer, which provides so that it's a well-based system.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Cindy. I saw another hand. Glenn, did you have something?
Yes. So 2 questions. First, the property immediately on the southeast corner off the project site. Can you tell me a little bit about the management of that property and the ownership?
The property.
That little notch, yeah,
this
right there.
Little notch.
Oh, yes. So that is currently owned by the family that will be selling us this property. It has a cabin on it, and so they are keeping that as it's a small rustic cabin. So there's about a 20-acre piece of property that they are retaining.
Okay. And then the state properties to the west, I assume, are DNR managed for timber management, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Glenn. Other questions or clarifications needed for Columbia Land Trust? All right, not seeing any other hands yet. Anything else? Going once? All right, looks like maybe you covered everything clearly, so appreciate that, guys. And thanks for joining us and presenting your project. We'll have results of the evaluation in about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, when we get everything tabulated and double check all the scores and math and everything. So yeah, thanks for your project.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
All right, see you later. All right, folks, why don't you just take another minute or so to go ahead and finish scoring, advance to the next project in the evaluation module, and then we're a little ahead. We'll just keep going. Let's see, just a little ahead of schedule, but that's all right. Just want to make sure y'all have enough time. Is everyone good to move on? Do you need another minute? Look back over scores.
I'm good.
Cindy, what was that?
I was just saying I'm good with the time.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Hearing no other objections, it looks like Mitch is here from Kittitas. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to get your presentation pulled up. There we go. Can you see that?
Yep.
Excellent. All right. I'm going to turn off my camera, pass you remote control. Go ahead and click on the screen, see if looks like you've got it.
All right.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready.
All right. Hi, my name is Mitch Long. I am the Executive Director of Kittitas Conservation Trust. Thank you for the opportunity to present you with this exciting conservation opportunity. KCT is, my apologies. KCT is seeking funding to permanently protect over 235 acres with 1 mile of the Yakima River frontage and conserve the lands in perpetuity. The goals of this project are to protect critical fish and wildlife habitat, assist with species recovery, maintain and restore floodplain connection and function in partnership with our regional partners. The project is in the 6,200 square mile Upper Yakima River watershed near the historic community of Thorpe in Kittitas County. The Yakima Basin watershed is one of the largest in Washington state. The white outline depicts Kittitas County. The project location is between Snoqualmie Pass, with over 80 inches of precipitation a year, and the drier Columbia Plateau, with less than 9 inches of precipitation annually. The property lies in the transitional zone, where ponderosa pine habitats meets the drier scrub lands and represents a unique ecotone that supports a vast diversity of species and migration corridors. Riparian habitats within the drier portions of the county are critical to maintain species diversity and movement. The protection of these riparian corridors and restoring floodplain function and processes within these drier portions are key to ensure thriving native cold water fish species found in the Yakima River. The property consists of 9 parcels totaling 235 acres. Of the total acreage, approximately 70% of the property contains existing, functioning, quality riparian habitat. KCT is seeking funding for fee title acquisition of the entire area. The property is within the 100-year floodplain with over 6,730 feet of relic channel flow paths that represent the highest potential for restoration to further expand the benefits of the existing habitats provides. This is a rare and unique opportunity to acquire over 1 mile of Yakima River property in Kittitas County. This property contains several important habitat types, including riverine, floodplain and riparian forests, ponderosa pine and scrub, and wetlands. This is a terrific opportunity to support large-scale acquisition of quality riparian floodplains, and did I forget to mention over 1 mile of river frontage on the Yakima River. The property has been stewarded by the same family for over a century and desire to ensure the land is conserved and protected in perpetuity. Properties of this size with existing functioning habitat and restoration potential are becoming harder to find in Kittitas County. The Yakima River through this reach support critical habitat for ESA listed mid-Columbia steelhead, the red line, and bull trout, the yellow dashed line. The approximate property location is within the white circle. Spring chinook, sockeye, coho, rainbow trout, cutthroat trout, and other native aquatic species are present in this reach of the Yakima River as well. WDFW biologists have confirmed in 2022 a documented bed of freshwater pearl shell mussels adjacent to the property. Spring chinook actively spawn in the river near the property, with red locations depicted in yellow dots. The property lies just a short 2.5 miles below the Clark Flat Spring Chinook Acclimation Facility, one of 3 Chinook reintroduction sites in the Upper Yakima River. At the Clark Flat facility, the Yakima Nation, WDFW, and BPA have released approximately 5.7 million fingerling spring Chinook salmon over the past 24 years to restore this species in the Upper Yakima. In total, over 17 million fingerlings were released over the 24-year period. While all 3 acclimation facilities are upstream of this property, the Clark Flat facility is the closest. The local limiting factors for successive reintroduction efforts is the lack of available side channel and margin habitats for rearing, especially during the high summer irrigation flows in this regulated reach of the river. While the property now provides some of these benefits, future restoration work would improve conditions for spring chinook spawning and freshwater life histories of all salmonids found in the Upper Yakima River. There are 2 important habitat types that are imperiled or critically imperiled on the property. The most prominent is the Columbia Basin foothills, riparian, woodland, and scrubland, in green on the map. It is critically imperiled within our state and supports over 25 species of greatest conservation need. These types of habitats are in continued decline due to development pressure. The less prominent is the northern Rocky Mountain ponderosa pine, woodland, and savanna in yellow on the map. It is imperiled throughout our state and is at great risk due to climate change and related impacts. There are 20 species of greatest conservation need associated with this habitat type. Some of the potential species of greatest conservation need that utilize similar habitats found on the property include a large array of mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and invertebrates. There is an active bald eagle nest on the property and an area of the forest that the landowners call Owl Alley because of the presence of numerous nesting and foraging owls. The property also supports a wide array of waterfowl in the wetlands and pond features found within. Western gray squirrel is a Washington state candidate threatened species. There has been documented sightings of this species of squirrel that occurred just upstream of this property in similar floodplain forest lands that contain ponderosa pine stands. The blue on the map indicates the potential habitat for western gray squirrel within the property. Bald eagles actively utilize the property and habitats for nesting and foraging. The picture of a nesting pair of bald eagles is from the spring of 2022 in an old large cottonwood tree on the property. The yellow indicates the map potential habitat for bald eagle on the property. Lewis's woodpecker overwinters in eastern Washington and prefers softer woods such as cottonwood and aspen and are dependent on conifer seeds during the winter months. The green indicates the map potential habitat for Lewis's woodpecker within the property. The red indicates the map potential habitat for sharp-tailed snake on the property. A WWRP biologist lives close to the property with similar habitat features and have documented the presence of sharp-tailed snake on their lands. The Columbia spotted frog is rarely found far from water, with breeding habitat within the flooded margins and shallows of wetlands and ponds. The bright green indicates the potential habitat for this species within the property. There are 3 different types of wetlands on the property, including freshwater emergent, forest, shrub, and riverine. Wetlands like these provide a wide array of ecosystem services for fish, wildlife, and people. The property currently supports a high range of suitable habitats for a variety of pollinator species. The bee boxes in the upper left are located on the eastern edge of the property on a neighbor's land directly on the property line. And the photo of the butterfly was taken this summer on the property. A question was asked during the earlier presentation about the use of habitat by mule deer. Here's a photo of a small herd taken on May 9th, 2022. There has not been a time I have visited the property and did not see deer or recent signs of active utilization of the various habitats found on the property. Surrounding land uses include the community of Thorpe, irrigated agricultural lands, transportation infrastructure, and recreational uses including boating and fishing. The property is between 2 WDFW maintained boat ramps and is also a popular recreational rafting reach of the river. This project is listed in the 2009 Yakima Steelhead Recovery Plan and supports Upper Yakima Action Number 13 to protect and restore floodplain, riparian, and in-channel habitats in the Upper Yakima, Kittitas, and eastern Cle Elum reaches of the river. The local lead entity and the local technical advisory group issue a focused project list every year for upcoming surfboard grant rounds to provide further direction to project sponsors for annual priorities. The 2022 list included this type of project in this year's surfboard grant round. It was focused project number 22. And it includes acquisition projects that protect high quality floodplain and side channel habitat and or allow for significant floodplain reconnection. In the future, there will be restoration that could include dike setback and other projects that increase connectivity between the channel and its floodplain. The project ranked number 1 in our region in this year's grant round, which demonstrates the strong local support for this acquisition project. This project is also supported by the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan through the Habitat and Land Subcommittees. The updated 10-year 2022 to 2032 prioritizes this reach called the Kittitas Reach in the Upper Yakima for conservation and restoration. The Kittitas Reach includes the Yakima River from the confluence of Tainum Creek just upstream of the property, to the confluence of the Wilson-Nainum Creek or the entrance of the Yakima Canyon. Funding for acquisition has been included in the Habitat Subcommittee budget for the 2023-2025 biennium request and has strong support from the integrated plan partners. KCT presented this project on April 11th, 2022 to the Board of County Commissioners at a Public Works study session. The Flood Control Zone District will be looking to prioritize flood hazard mitigation in this reach soon because of recent updates to the FEMA firm maps. The update has brought all of Thorpe into the 100-year floodplain where it was previously excluded. In the 1982 mapping, the railroad was recognized as a flood control structure. Because it is not actively maintained as such, in 2019, it was discontinued as a flood control structure and thus expanding the 100-year floodplain designation in the updated FEMA flood insurance maps. Future floodplain restoration work will include the hazard risk mitigation. It is through KCT's active partnerships with our community and partners that ensure acquisition opportunities like this are fully supported. Through the continued dialogue and collaboration, we will maximize full potential and benefits that our conservation and restoration work have to offer. There's an attachment in PRISM that is a signed letter of support from our Kittitas County Board of County Commissioners. KCT was created in 2002 as a land trust to steward approximately 3,500 acres of conservation easements within the Suncadia Master Planned Resort through a cooperative agreement between the Yakima Nation, WWRP, and the developer. Since then, we have considered through fee title acquisition 3 other properties totaling over 126 acres and are growing our conservation footprint within the Upper Yakima Basin. KCT receives dedicated funding to support our work through the cooperative agreement and is expanding our fundraising efforts with the support of our local community. KCT has made a name for ourselves in the Upper Yakima Basin community for the large-scale restoration of properties we have helped conserve. From lands we hold interest in, like the Cle Elum River, to lands we help negotiate conservation with ownership to other entities like the Hunley property or the city of Cle Elum Sanson Ponds. It is conservation that opens the door to a wider range of restoration actions that help in the recovery of native fish populations in the Upper Yakima Basin. KCT focuses on conservation of floodplain and riparian lands within Kittitas County and develop stewardship plans for every property we hold interest in. Development of a plan for this property will start with a baseline report, a detailed assessment, and planning for future restoration. This plan will detail findings of other historic assessments, data, and input from partners, but not limited to WWRP, the Yakima Nation, and Mid-Columbia Fisheries Enhancement Group. The relative elevation map of the property shows how confined the river is now and relic flow paths that were active prior to the development of dikes. The red circles indicate dike and levee infrastructure that effectively cut off flow into these relic flow paths. The aging dike and levee infrastructure are key areas of exploring future restoration potential on the property. There is even one home site was developed on the property, it would surely limit, if not possibly eliminate, the potential to modify these human-made features and restore natural processes. Following conservation, KCT will seek funding to conduct a reach level assessment in partnership with Kittitas County, the Yakima Nation, WWRP, and Mid-Columbia Fisheries Enhancement Group. This assessment will inform us on the feasibility of an array of restoration actions that may be undertaken on the property, including reconnection of flow through dike setbacks or breaching, creating additional channel habitats and complexity, and riparian forest replanting. Mid-Columbia Regional Fisheries Enhancement Group is wrapping up an assessment of floodplain cottonwood forests in a 30-mile stretch of the Yakima River, including this reach. This property is in one of 2 areas highlighted as high potential for restoration, the red and orange on the map. Altered flows for irrigation have severely limited natural cottonwood regeneration overall. It was noted by the project manager from Mid-Columbia that of all the transects of natural regeneration of cottonwood done through the 30-mile assessment reach, 50% of all the seedlings were found on the 5 transects on this property. This reinforces the need for conservation of this property because of the existing quality habitat and function. Restoration actions identified through their assessment could potentially be accomplished on the property, including conventional planting, irrigated seedbed, recontouring of the floodplain, and levee berm removal to further improve on habitat quality. Kittitas County has seen tremendous development pressure over the last 5 years. It was one of the top 10 growing counties in the United States in 2022, with the highest, and also had the highest median housing price increase of nearly 21% within Washington state. Kittitas County continues to see population and price growth for land and housing because of the Zoom boom. Just a latte away from the Seattle metropolitan area, accessibility to public land, open space, and rural charm of Kittitas County has driven the desire of folks from the city to acquire their own piece of heaven here. The Thorpe area, once largely dominated by agricultural lands, is beginning to subdivide and turn towards residential developments over traditional irrigated croplands and open space. Land use policies in Kittitas County are not keeping pace with development, as seen in the recent mitigated determination of non-significance of development within the Yakima River floodplain just upstream in an area called Bristol Flats. Similar type of irrigated lands sandwiched between the railroad and the river will now support development of 18 parcels and future residential dwellings. Access to the property will be through an easement on private lands and a railroad crossing easement with BSNF Railroad, thus limiting the amount of public access via land. However, being on a popular reach for Yakima River recreation between two DFW boat launches, it would provide opportunities for access to recreational boaters and floaters for fishing and exploration via the river. KCT would also take public tours to the property, work with volunteers on restoration work, and provide additional educational opportunities through the Thorpe School District and the Salmon in Schools program. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions you may have about this awesome conservation opportunity.
Great, thanks, Mitch. All right, questions or clarifications needed by the committee? Right, Nate, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Could you go back to the very beginning where you had the parcel map?
One sec, I'll jump back. Right there?
Yeah, that's it. So there's some like funky parcel lines. When you talk about the 1 mile of shoreline, is that including everything that kind of starts from the beginning, from the upriver reach down to the lower reach? It looks like some of that parcel line includes properties that are maybe on the other side of the river, and who owns those?
So the parcel map was taken from Kittitas County's website layer, their GIS layers, so they're not exactly accurate. As you move further away from Ellensburg, it gets a little more skewed. So that little tail at the northwest corner is actually the dike that was installed there. So that is right on the river, there on River Right. And then so that does include some of the river frontage, and then the river frontage again starts at the 186,333 parcel and then extends all the way down.
Okay. And who owns those parcels on the, I guess, upstream end of that, and on the north end of 78633 down at the bottom? Are they a potential partner in future restoration work? Is that a barrier to future restoration work? Because I think that's where some of the areas that you had identified for future restoration. Is that correct?
Yeah, they are. They're another member of the family owns. It's one parcel on both sides of the of that weird tail structure, and so on the left of that or west of that tail feature, the dike feature is a home site, and then to the right, that is just all open land. So we will be working closely with those family members as we begin to explore restoration potential.
Nice. And then what about the farmland at the west end? What's the plan there?
The plan there would be to try to understand what is how water moves through that site, and try to determine the best way to restore native vegetation, whether it be additional ponderosa pine or floodplain forest, and then utilizing the existing irrigation infrastructure and the water that it has to support the reestablishment of native vegetation there. We discussed the potential to maintain that ag land, either through our ownership or try to find an ag solution for it. Our concern was we wanted to allow the river to move as much as it wanted to throughout this property, and leaving the railroad as that point of first defense. And so, and just working, we have a Yakima Nation representative on our board. They make up a third of our board, and they really saw the value of returning that back to a more natural state, supporting wildlife and other ecosystem services.
Nice. And then you just mentioned something offhanded that I didn't catch before. This has water rights as well?
It doesn't. It's associated with the West Side Canal Company, which has senior water rights. And so we're still trying to understand with our attorney and the landowner's attorney what those water rights are, and if we could return those into turn those into in-stream flow benefits for fish.
Awesome. Last question. This might be hard to do, so no worries if not, but can you describe a little bit the floodplain function of this site? I would presume that's kind of one of the primary goals, and you talked about some elements of floodplain restoration based upon topography. Can you just describe at all how this site functions at those high water times of year?
So this is a pretty regulated reach of the river, but it does receive flood flows. But it also has pretty high flows in the summer. And so if we can breach or push back those dikes and other features and reopen up those side channels, that would provide additional habitat. As far as function, we're trying to figure out how we can use the property because those levees, and then to the northwest, there's Highway 10. It's pretty constricted, and we want to allow the river, if it wants to flood and move, it can do that in there. And then figuring out how we can create some flood mitigation in association with that railroad. So we haven't had a chance to fully assess the property, and we're going to need to look at a larger area and reach of the river when we look at the assessment because of neighboring private property and other infrastructure. But we've got, we're going to be working with the County Flood Control Zone District close on that once we're able to successfully acquire the property.
Nice. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Nate. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like historically, the river used to flow down across the site and kind of, at least a side channel flowed through that little parcel 725933 on the south edge.
Down here.
Yeah.
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 I could
it
see
does.
that, if you guys, I could see some restoration work allowing water to come back into that channel, but then it would spill right onto the neighbor's property downstream of you. Tell me about, whether or not the neighbors would be an impediment to getting the kind of floodplain restoration work done that you'd like to see.
They could be. We haven't had an opportunity to meet with those neighbors. The good thing, though, is there's only two property owners that go for a long way down this. The smaller property owners is those houses you can see there, and then there's a large tract of land and floodplain that's owned by one landowner. So the other thing we have to consider in that lower area is the Thorpe Mill Ditch, which is their irrigation water supply. Flows through that same channel flow path just to the south of the property, those two smaller parcels on the bottom. So there's a lot of things that we're going to need to look at when we look at the restoration potential and the willingness of landowners to allow it. We're hoping that this project will hopefully lead the way for additional conservation opportunities, particularly with that large landowner to the south of the property that owns a tremendous amount of floodplain there, and that was included in that Cottonwood assessment as the extension of that high priority area for restoration.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Glenn. Go ahead.
So I'm curious as to the proximity to other conserved lands. I think you may have had a slide for that of where their nearest other conserved lands are.
No, I didn't have that. And that's the thing with the Yakima River in this area. There's not a lot of big conservation. I will say that upstream, probably about a half mile, the integrated plan partners are looking at conserving a pretty large chunk of property. They've got a congressional earmark to conserve the Springwood Ranch, which has significant Yakima River frontage, as well as the Tainum Creek that flows through it. Other than that, most of the public lands on the river consist of DFW lands that are primarily boat launches. So there's a lot of private land around this, but it is going to be, so that crop circle to the north is a part of that Springwood Ranch acquisition that's slated to take place. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Great, thanks. Any other questions or clarifications that folks need? All right, seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you, Mitch, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right, folks, we have arrived at a break a little bit ahead of schedule. Let's say 11:10, it's 11:03. Why don't we come back? Well, we can come back 5 minutes early if that works, like 11:20. Does that work for people? There's a thumbs up. All right, I don't see any objections, a lot of thumbs up. We'll come back at 11:20 and be just a little bit ahead of schedule. All right, thanks. We will see you in a bit. Hey, Katie.
Hi there.
Welcome. I presume you're doing this next one for us.
Yes.
All right. Stavis. All right. Well, let me get that pulled up. There we go. Can you see that?
I can. Yep.
Perfect. All right. I'm gonna turn my video off.
Yeah. Do I need to do the double tap real
Yes.
quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass you.
Oh.
All right. Now go ahead and see if you can. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to. There we go.
I think I did that. Oh, okay. Perfect.
All right. Now you got it.
Cool. I also
right,
have my
great.
timer too.
Okay, perfect. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, great. Start now. Hi, everyone. My name's Katie Woolsey. I'm a Natural Areas Manager with the Washington State Department of Natural Resources. I'm presenting this application to acquire land within the Stavis Natural Resources Conservation Area in the riparian protection category. So to quickly orient you to the site, the Stavis NRCA is located in West Kitsap County along the Hood Canal. Here's our site location map. So the black outline here is our Stavis NRCA boundary. And then the black hatched outline here is our Kitsap Natural Area Preserve boundary. And then the light green within that boundary is our Kitsap Natural Area Preserve. And then the darker green here is our Stavis NRCA. The pink and blue lands surrounding the conservation site are our trust managed lands. And then the yellow within the boundary are private lands eligible for inclusion. And then here, the yellow and red hatched lines with the label A are our priority parcels for this application. Our goals are to protect some of the last remaining high quality nearshore estuary refugia on the eastern side of the Hood Canal and the headwaters of Harding and Nelita sub-watersheds, which are also some of the highest quality in Kitsap County. Our objectives are to acquire just under 170 acres of forest land with riparian habitat, tideland, streams, shoreline, and feeder bluffs. I will now talk about acquisition benefits. So starting with the ecological makeup, so this entire shoreline you see on the photo is a part of the property. The property includes over 2,300 acres of undeveloped Hood Canal shoreline, 25 acres of feeder bluffs, as well as critical marine and estuarine wetlands. Oh, I went. The property also includes a portion of Harding Creek Pocket Estuary, an incredibly important pocket estuary for priority salmon species, including ESA listed species. Here's a photo looking at the property, which includes 5.11 acres of tidelands. Here's photos of the riparian zones. These are the headwaters of the Harding and Nelita creeks, which directly support and provide spawning and rearing habitat for fall chum and coho, cutthroat, residential coastal cutthroat, and winter steelhead and fall chinook. Here's an outline of the property in white. The rest of the property is forested. There's identified scattered old growth right in this section of the property, which would provide potential benefits for marbled murrelets in the vicinity, as well as mixed stands and mature forests throughout the property. The following habitat is located on the property and listed as WDFW priority habitat. One of the streams for the property directly benefits a freshwater forested shrub wetland, which then flows into Harding Creek. As shown, the property is the headwaters to streams which directly support the following WDFW priority species, such as ESA listed winter steelhead and fall chinook. Within Stavis and NRCA, the intact wetland systems also provide habitat for beaver that are very active here in cavity nesting ducks. Forests provide habitat for a wide variety of resident and neotropical migrant bird species such as these. Acquisition and management of these areas will ensure long-term protection of these habitats and their pollinator populations. On this slide are particular plant species on the property and in the surrounding Stavis NRCA that are known to support pollinators. These plants are highlighted by the Xerces Society Pollinator Conservation Program because they are highly attractive to pollinators, including native bees, as well as nectar-seeking butterflies and moths. And Stavis NRCA supports a variety of ecosystem types and provides a diversity of habitats and vegetation for pollinator nesting, feeding, and reproduction. And it's important to point out that pollinators need nesting habitats and other things just beside flowers to feed on. Forested areas provide trees, brush piles, snags, and bare soil is also important. And also forest openings and upper parts of the shoreline that don't flood are important too. Unlike many urban wildlife habitats, wide-ranging carnivores still use much of the area because it's a part of the much larger Western Kitsap Peninsula undeveloped forest area. This bobcat and cougar photos were taken near the property by a private landowner in Stavis NRCA. The next few slides show the Stavis NRCA species with special status list. It's an extensive list. The stars represent species in greatest conservation need according to WDFW's Washington State Wildlife Action Plan. Here's additional species that are known to be on DNR Stavis NRCA. As mentioned, there are mixed stands with scattered old growth on the property. Protecting Puget Trough old growth and other important ecological features drove the establishment of Stavis with its relatively large area of mature native forest. Less than 2% of the original mature and older forests in the Puget Trough ecoregion remain. Many of these communities and species are considered imperiled, critically impaired, or threatened in the state and in some cases the world. The Douglas fir, Western hemlock, evergreen huckleberry forest is listed in the Natural Heritage Plan as a priority too, because there's only 9 examples remaining and Stavis is in the best condition. The Douglas fir, Western hemlock, Pacific rhododendron forest is also a priority too, with only 7 occurrences remaining. Both of these communities are considered globally impaired as well. So we calculated a total of 42 acres of riparian habitat. And on this map, we broke it down with riparian areas with 36.89 acres. That's this bluish color here, the buffer of the shoreline and along the streams. And then we separated out the 5.11 acres of tidelands, but together that equals 42 acres. So this was done by using DNR State Lands Habitat Conservation Plan, and more specifically, our state land stream typing and buffer habitat. So we used a 200-foot buffer on the shoreline, as well as a 200-foot buffer on fish streams, and then a 100-foot buffer on type 4 streams here, and then a 60-foot buffer on our type 5 stream on the property. So this is how our foresters set up buffer areas when they're setting up timber sales. But I just want to be clear that if this property was acquired, it would be managed with a conservation program where a timber sale would not be set up, but that's just how we chose to define buffer habitat according to our habitat conservation plan. This property would be managed within Stavis NRCA, about 3,500 acres, and would be protected in perpetuity. But I think it's important to zoom out to the broader scale of the entire peninsula. The peninsula, despite all the development pressures, is still 70% forested. DNR is the major public resource agency on the peninsula. Our trust lands are outlined in pink here. You can see Stavis is outlined in the black boundary. And then we have our forest legacy parcels that we hold conservation easements on private timber landowners. And it's hard to see here, but if you're zooming up here on Stavis, you can see some WDFW land. So WDFW, Kitsap County planners, and the Great Peninsula Conservancies were some of the initial drivers of the conservation effort in the early 1990s. WDFW manages the Stavis Creek here, which is within the Hood Canal Salmon Sanctuary area, identified as critical habitat for coho and chum salmon protection. So zooming out a bit further, Stavis is special and unique for its special old growth conditions. Stavis is part of the relatively large forested landscapes left in the region. This teal line is the Puget Trough ecoregion. The pink blobs are some of the last remaining large forested landscapes. The red triangle is Stavis. Stavis is considered the 1/4 of such areas in terms of conservation value in the entire ecoregion. It's the highest quality, low remaining elevation forest in the Puget Trough ecoregion. I will now talk about planning and community support. So the site is located in the Hood Canal Action Area and recommended for implementation for the 3-year work program of the Hood Canal Coordinating Council. We are focusing development away from ecologically important and sensitive nearshore areas and estuaries, as well as protecting and recovering salmon. This conservation effort is focusing on the protection of large areas of intact habitat to provide the greatest near-term benefit to salmon. This property is all owned by one landowner. This shoreline beach, which is located here, was identified as high protection recommendation. Protection is prioritized for sites where degradation is low and likely provide substantial ecosystem services. This property is also mapped as a priority nearshore area to protect adjacent barrier embayments. Additionally, the West Kitsap Nearshore Assessment evaluated nearshore ecological health and disturbance to prioritize restoration decision-making. The black outline is the property, approximately. So the property, it overlaps two drift cell units, or excuse me, two nearshore units, and the drift cell was given a tier 1 prioritization to protect and conserve, basically because this drift shore processes are the least impacted. This site meets Kitsap County shoreline designation for this property, which is natural. And you can see clearly how previous forest lands had been parcelized and potentially developed after they were sold from timber use. So the property is a part of the Holly Nearshore, which is designated as a Category A excellent quality nearshore estuary because of its high ecological value as migration and rearing habitat, as well as ecological importance within the local drift cell. This area represents some of the highest quality remaining nearshore habitat on the eastern side of the Hood Canal, making it a high conservation priority. These subwatersheds contain a high percentage of natural forest cover with intact riparian corridors. Both Harding and Alita Creek contain some of the highest freshwater refugia in Kitsap County. So this area near the enclave of Holly was identified to provide some habitat for the ESA listed summer chum salmon. The estuaries of the streams from this property provide important nursery habitat for salmonids. This small stream estuarine habitat is important for juvenile rearing, refuge, and migration habitat. Juvenile salmonids, including Chinook, coho, chum, and cutthroat, utilize the nearshore areas extensively for rearing and migration. The nearshore area includes gravel beaches, mudflats, and sand spits. Protecting nearshore areas that protect salmon chum subpopulations was also a priority in the Hood Canal's coordinating 2021 immediate needs. So there's numerous support from multiple agencies and partners, such as the Nature Conservancy's Eco-Region Assessment, which the Western Kitsap Priority Conservation Area was one of the most important landscapes for biodiversity. In GPC's recent conservation plan, this area was identified as resilient lands, which are likely to maintain function in the face of changes and stresses put on by climate change. Kitsap County's Parks Department called out the Stavis NRCA and open space acquisition in the conservation area as a continued priority for Kitsap citizens. Stavis and additional conservation lands are supported by DNR site-specific and statewide. DNR established the conservation area to surround our natural area preserve to protect 7 high-quality ecological communities. All the plans have public outreach and input and support, and all would be fee purchase. And we've had strong local support as well from those that live near Stavis. DNR expanded the NRCA boundary in 2014 with overwhelming support from the local community, essentially doubling the boundary. So the property here is within this new expansion area. And we've always had and continue to have strong partnerships and support and received many letters of support for this application, which have been uploaded for your review. We have partnerships with the Hood Coordinating Council, Local Land Trust, and the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group. Here's some quotes from our support letters, which highlights that the remaining intact habitat is likely at risk of development, and the proposed addition within the Harding Creek watershed is critical. It supports a high density of chum salmon and a high quality pocket estuary and foraging habitat for the southern resident killer whales and marbled murrelet. I will now talk about stewardship. So this project is viable in the long term, and once acquired will be managed under the statewide natural areas program for perpetuity. This map shows the locations of natural areas across the state and demonstrates the commitment DNR has to protecting these important landscapes. So we have 2 natural areas managers that work in Kitsap County, as well as a full-time WCC crew, recreation manager, education and enforcement specialist, trail maintenance workers, a DNR police officer, 2 natural area program ecologists, and a robust Forest Watch DNR site steward volunteer program. We have capital and operational funds each biennium from the legislature dedicated to natural area management projects and invasive species control. And we have a lot of experience managing and restoring ecological systems. So we purchased this property back in 2006. This is what the site looks like after 10 years now a thriving pocket estuary that connects nearly a mile of undeveloped shoreline along the Hood Canal. And so even to this day, we also acquire grants which fund staff to continue monitoring and controlling invasive species each year. So we just don't buy these lands, restore them, and walk away. We actively manage our restoration sites. And what's wonderful about Stavis is that it's care for people living around the site. They're people who care for this forest, routinely monitor and report issues to us. We have natural areas and forest resiliency funding to control invasive species each biennium. And we also have a large land base. So this allows staff to be within a 10-minute drive to the site to respond to needs. And I'd just like to show the incredible success of Stavis and how this property is a little connection between our two conservation sites to make it whole. So starting looking at this map, this is what after the Kitsap Forest was established in the early 90s, and Stavis was later established in 2006. So the light green is the natural area preserve, and this was the beginning of Stavis here, the dark green, and then the orange were our trust managed lands, and then the yellow was private. So you can see how far we've come after 16 years. We've acquired all of this green. So all of this land is to be managed under a program specifically designed for conservation. This shows the Natural Areas Program is committed to this area for the long term. I will now talk about threats to the habitat. So there's an immediacy of threat to the species and communities through logging development, which causes fragmentation and leads to loss of wildlife that prefer unfragmented systems. Forest road building can have negative effects to aquatic health, lead to compacted soils, and introduce invasive species. As we know, private timberland owners comply with forest practice regulations, but acquiring this property would prevent timber harvest from occurring. We're trying to prevent this with the acquisition of large, relatively intact forests with native origin and of good quality that affords them the priority status. This figure projects the percentage of watersheds to be converted from private forest to non-forested use by 2050. Essentially, this shows forest lands that have a high conversion rate, where you have a property that's as the value of the land is assessed higher than its value for forestry. So you can see the Kitsap Water Resource Inventory area here has over a 90% high risk of private forest lands being converted into the next 30 years. So the white outline is the property here. The green are our trust lands, and then the green with this neon color green is our Stavis NRCA. So the owner applied for a forest practice permit. And as we mentioned, private landowners have smaller buffers than DNR does on our state land side. So greater conservation would be acquired if this was protected and a timber sale would not occur. This is an artist's rendition of an alternate reality in which the property is sold to development. There's intense pressure in Western Washington. This site is very ideal for housing development. And again, I realize this is an expensive property, but this is one of the reasons, because it has incredible views and then access to the shoreline. I'll now talk about community benefits and public access. So DNR is a signatory to the U.S. Navy Defense Readiness and Environmental Protection Agreement, the REPI agreement. So this allows the Navy to contribute funds for conservation acquisitions along the Hood Canal as a tool to prevent future development. So oftentimes the Navy and DNR partners on acquisitions to put them in a conservation status. So it's really imperative that we have this RCO funding to be able to negotiate with the landowner. Here are some photos of current trail opportunities at the site. So we've decommissioned roads where we can to provide trail access, as well as interpretive signage. So the tidelands are currently private, and to our knowledge, no public access exists at the site. If acquired, this would increase DNR's manageability, include feasible recreation access to the shoreline with incredible views of the Hood Canal Olympics. If acquired, site-based analysis would be needed to review previous and current rights attached to the property, tribal rights in the usual and the custom areas, legal access, WDFW determination of the type of shellfish, fishery, either open to all, closed, shared with tribes via treaty rights, and how conserved tidelines would be managed with our DNR aquatics program. But this is a special opportunity to conserve high quality habitat near a growing population where much of the Puget Sound shoreline is privately owned and off limits to the public. The public only has real access to about 10% of the inland marine waters of the Puget Sound. Education and research were among the main goals identified in the statewide NRCA and specific management plans. The site has good access for education and research places. Groups like the CBI Alki team have utilized the site in partnership with the Hood Canal Coordinating Council and the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group in the Mason School District. DNR revived the Students of the Watershed curriculum, a program where 12th grade students learn a related topic and teach it to 4th grade students out in the field. There's public access via Kitsap County's Gilmont Code Nature Reserve, which is adjacent to the Stavis NRCA and would give us additional public access opportunities. And so wrapping this up, this is an opportunity to protect globally impaired communities and a thriving salmon habitat along the Hood Canal shoreline. This is extremely rare to have this opportunity in such a growing, rapidly expanding environment. We have really strong partners that have helped us protect Stavis and make it the conservation success story that it is today. It's exciting and can only honestly continue with this funding. So thank you for your consideration.
Right on time. Nice job. Thanks, Katie. Questions, clarifications? Peter, do you have something? No, I just saw your video pop on. Nate, go ahead.
That was incredible timing. Nice job. Never seen it done so perfectly.
Thank you.
I have a question. I think it was on slide 47 about REPI. I'm not sure. There's not matching funding. Why did you reference that? I missed that one.
Yeah, so the way REPI funds work is the Navy, they're not considered matched funds, but oftentimes match funds that are sitting and waiting, but oftentimes, and with this property in particular, there would be a high likelihood that we would partner with the Navy for the development rights value. So the RCO grant in a way is matching to those funds, but that's not kind of how they're written, and so didn't provide that match to the grant. But I wanted to highlight that because we have other fund partners and funding sources that could bring funds to the table if we were able to acquire the RCO funds.
So just to be clear, is the project cost greater than the roughly 9 million that you've requested?
Yes.
You're not indicating match in PRISM, but you anticipate having to bring match in order to achieve the acquisition.
Yes. Yep. So we're not requesting the full amount from RCO, a portion. We anticipate we'd be able to partner with the Navy to make up the rest of the price or the cost of the property.
Okay, that's great. That's an important point. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Nate. Other questions or clarifications needed? All right, I'm not seeing any other hands going once, going twice. All right, I guess you covered it all, Katie. Nice job.
Great. Thanks so much.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Take care.
We'll see you later.
All right, thanks.
All right, everyone, we have made it to lunch a little bit ahead of time, so you got a little extra time, but let's just come back on regular schedule, 12:55. Just come back a few minutes before that. We can get going with Great Peninsula. All right, we'll see you then.
Thanks, Carl.
Mhm. Hey, Eric. Looks like you're here. There you are.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to get going in just a couple of minutes. Make sure everyone's back from lunch.
Sure.
Go ahead and pull this up. Make sure you can see it. Can you see your PowerPoint there?
Not yet.
Yeah, maybe am I sharing the right screen? What screen am I sharing? There, stop and try again. Share screen to. There we go. How's that?
Yes.
All right. I don't know what I did, but I guess I wasn't sharing it.
Great. So are you forwarding for me or can I do that myself?
No, I'll pass the controls over to you. Unless either way, unless you'd like me to advance them, I can do that.
I'll save you the work.
Okay. All right. Well, 12:55. Let's get rolling. I'm going to stop my video. Pass over control. Eric, there you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. You might have to double click to kind of activate it. There you go. You should be able to just click on the screen to advance or use your arrow keys, whatever. So,
Perfect.
all right. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. My name's Eric Steffens. I am with the Great Peninsula Conservancy. I am the Conservation Director, and I am pleased to present our Tahuya River Protection Project. So just to start off with project location, this is in what we call the Great Bend of Hood Canal on the eastern side within the Tahuya watershed. And it is the closest town that you may know of is Belfair. I'm sorry, you can hear my chickens in the background. They have decided to join in. So the Tahuya watershed is the largest watershed on the east side of Hood Canal. And as I will get into in more detail, it is actually quite important for Hood Canal summer chum. And our project is focused on the lower 4 miles of the river. As you can see from the map, and we'll get into more detail, a lot of the watershed is actually owned by DNR within their state trust land, Tahuya Forest. And with scattered development, but largely most of the watershed is still in forestry. Why do the chickens always start when I have a Zoom meeting? So as the larger project vision here is to protect the lower 4 miles of the river. And that includes the estuary, which is which you see on the lower photo on the left. It's really high functioning and in really good shape. So this is, for me, and I've worked in Puget Sound a while now, and there's just not many opportunities like this in Puget Sound to protect lower 4 miles of a large river and have a functioning estuary as part of the project as well. So I'm super excited about this one. And as shown in the map, the yellow circle is our phase 1 area. And then hopefully in the next year or two, we'll be moving on and protecting what's in the purple color there as a phase 2. So jump into, well, actually this is this more detail on phase 1. So we're looking at, for this grant, 174 acres of fee and easement, and you'll see that in the yellow. And then the green are the secondary targets that we have as backup, mostly if we get additional funding. I've got several grants in right now. So In summary, a mile and a half of main stem and tributaries. And if you can see this, I don't know if you can see my pointer, but this is basically a 40 acres of an old horse pasture that is in ripe need and high priority restoration. So getting into the criteria, starting with acquisition benefits, you'll notice that this is quite a wide and low gradient depositional reach of the watershed, and it does have large, mature, mostly deciduous trees, mostly big leaf maple. However, if you can see right in the background on the easement properties, there's some massive old growth cedars that still remain. So plenty of side channels. Historically, the river has moved around a lot within its floodplain. You see in the lower left corner, there's quite a significant beaver dam and a lot of beaver activity within this area. In terms of importance, specifically for salmon, the Hood Canal summer chum this is a really important, not only specifically, but also the watershed for recovery of Hood Canal summer chum. In order to delist the species, there needs to be a geographic spatial component throughout the Hood Canal system, and the Tahuya watershed fills that niche perfectly to be able to have a large geographic spatial distribution of summer chum. And so it is a Hood Canal priority as well as an Waira priority. And so the fee acquisition that we're proposing in this was, we just got word it ranks number 2 in this round of surf. And there are also some Chinook and steelhead use in this area, but really the priority for this area is the Hood Canal summer chum. I did press forward, but maybe I'll press again. Oh, there's quite a lag. Okay, sorry, apologize. So the continuing acquisition benefits, you'll see the green is really the floodplain, and we characterize this by mapping out the contours of the site, and then on top of that, we included a 225-foot riparian buffer shown in blue, and this is based on tree height that is expected, and I think it really is important to, in this system, as I'll describe, to have that additional buffer included. And then you'll see that there are, especially in this corner here, as it slopes up, there are 18 acres of upland, and most of that is actually loggable. So we'd like to protect that as well, to add. But in general, yeah, I mean, we're talking about the fee acquisition in yellow is approximately a mile of main stem in itself, and then adding in the additional parcels here in yellow in the easement, and plus the tributaries that come in, we get to up to a mile and a half of main stem tributaries. Pollinators. I had to research a little bit to see what mature deciduous forests play for pollinators, and it's actually quite interesting. They flower a lot in the spring, so that's a very good source for a lot of different pollinators. And it's also because of the because of it leafing out, it's actually very good for summer pollen, out, and obviously my favorite butterfly around here, the tiger swallowtail is I'm sorry, is it's just not going back for me. Oh, now it did.
Eric, do you want, Eric, I could try advancing slides, maybe be a little quicker from my end. You want me to do that?
Sure.
See if there's less of a lag here.
Sure.
Okay, just, is this a slide you need to be on, or?
We can go forward. I was just going to mention with this one that because of all the beaver dams, there are considerable wetland complexes with several other habitat or plant communities that are quite good for pollinators.
Gotcha. Okay, just say next here and I'll advance it.
Next.
All right.
And I think it's two more from here. One more. Okay, thank you. The acquisition benefits surrounding, one back, sorry.
Back. I think there's still a delay on it's moving faster on my end, but maybe a delay where you're at, so.
Okay.
Level of protection.
Yeah, sure, I think that's the one we need to be at. Acquisition benefits level of protection. So as mentioned, we are purchasing in fee the yellow outlined property, one ownership, 146 acres. And in easement, the shaded yellow are the easement properties, and we're expecting about 30 acres of easement land there. And in terms of long-term protection, we are a land trust that's been around for over 20 years now. We are an accredited land trust with the Land Trust Alliance, and we have a staff of 10 and a considerable stewardship and defense fund now. So I think we're here for the long run. So next, please. Okay, moving on to planning and community support. As mentioned, this is a really important project for Hood Canal Summer Chum. It is supported not only in the recovery plan, as I mentioned, because of the watershed approach and importance, but also specifically for its spawning habitat for Hood Canal Summer Chum along this area. That's existing habitat, as well as this restoration opportunity that is available if we purchase the property, the fee simple property. And this was highlighted in a recent hydrologic and geomorphic assessment of the Tahuya River. It was Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group was the organizer of this, and David Evans did the actual work. But it showed that this actual restoration opportunity was the third highest restoration opportunity in the watershed, and really important for this lower main stem. Right now, there's a and I'll show pictures in a little bit, but there's a bit of a berm at the top where the circle is on the top right of the screen, which prohibits the river from really utilizing all of its floodplain. And then you've got about 40 acres on that side where the blue channel is, which has great potential to be restored. And as I'll get into, there's a lot of sediment control is the big one on that. And on top of this, Great Peninsula Conservancy has recently completed climate resilience and connectivity analysis of our working area using the Nature Conservancy data and other Fish and Wildlife and other data. And this area really lights up as climate resilient largely due to its landscape connectivity, as well as some of the facts that this area has a higher rainfall. It's still kind of affected by the Olympic Mountains, and so there's actually quite a high rainfall in this area. Next slide, please. Sorry for the lag. And as mentioned, as you can see in this map, the dark green is all DNR land. Light green is other forest land owners, and most of that, the light green is in larger zoning of 20 acres. So you've got a really good landscape picture to piece together a large project that fits into the landscape. And also with that, as I mentioned, we're applying for phase 1 now, and then we have phase 2 that really reaches the next 2.5 miles all the way down to the estuary and include the estuary in this project. Next slide. Sorry for the delay. I'll ask you to, next time I'm going to ask you to move it forward and then keep talking. Okay, so thanks. Planning and community support, specifically plan support for this one. We are a partner with Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group on this project, where we are doing the acquisition, and we will let Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group actually do the restoration and some of the structure demolition. So it's a bit of a 2-for-1 project on this one. I'm excited to have this partnership with them. And so obviously they're highly supportive of this, and they are very active in the watershed with invasive species removal. They've done a lot of replanting with all of the landowners in this stretch. And they've done over 1 mile of woody debris placement using helicopters to put large woody debris into the stream, a little downstream of this area. As mentioned, this ranked second in the surf this year's round of surfboard for Hood Canal, and especially to note, the Skokomish fisheries staff were highly supportive of this project. And as the arrow points to, this is the top of where the old site, or the old historic channel, started. And in 2007, there was a large mass wasting flood that came down and threatened the horse pastures that you see here. And the owner decided the best way to approach keeping his pastures was to pile all the horse manure that he had into a berm right there. So you can imagine that the regulatory folks that are part of the lead entity were highly supportive.
Eric, it looks like your video froze on us. I don't know if you can still hear me. I don't know if did it freeze for anyone else as well?
Yep, it froze up.
Okay, we'll give it a minute. Eric, I don't know if you can hear me or not. It's frozen. We can't hear you on our end. You could try. Oops. Looks like he probably left and is coming back. Give him a minute to get reconnected. I don't see him yet. Tessa, have you heard anything as he tried to reach out to you?
I haven't. I'll maybe give him a call here and see if we can get in touch with him that way if he doesn't pop in here.
Oh, okay, great. No, still do not see him. That's too bad. Maybe something going on with his internet where he's located. Oh, there we go. All right, back. Hey, Eric, are you back?
Yes, I am. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I am.
Maybe just a poor connection somewhere.
Yeah, I'm on my cell phone, so I can still see the screen. So I apologize.
Okay, no worries. And sometimes, sometimes if you turn your video off, that can help just reduce the bandwidth. And so if you want, maybe that'll help speed up the connection. If you want to go ahead and turn your video off, that would be fine.
Sure. I will do that. I should be okay. I'm on my cell phone now, so
Oh, it's different. Sure. Okay.
I will turn my face off at least. So
Okay.
sorry, I'll blame it on my now my internet's back. So
Yeah.
it's been a slight glitch, so I apologize. Yeah, so next slide, please.
There we go. Stewardship.
So stewardship, we are the Great Peninsula Conservancy, as I've mentioned, has been around. It's a conglomeration of 4 land trusts that were formed over 20 years ago. We have 120 properties, and we fee and easement, and we are Land Trust Alliance certified, as mentioned, and we have 3 full-time stewardship staff. And this is our stewardship director helping to plant trees just down the road at our Klingel Preserve on Hood Canal, close to Belfair. And as mentioned, this is kind of a 2-for-1 project where not only you get Great Peninsula Conservancy, but also Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group working diligently in this reach already, controlling invasive species as well as in-stream and tree planting as well. Next slide, please. There is okay, great. So as mentioned, this is the horse pasture that had at one point over 40 horses, maybe closer to 100 horses on it within the floodplain. And so we are highly motivated to work with Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group to restore the floodplain, allow the river to not only access this the historic side channel, but potentially in the future actually let it jump main stem channels whenever it so chooses to. And there's just a huge amount of benefit for this because of the right now upstream there's a lot of more impact from the actual channelization of constricting the river. But mostly downstream, I think the benefits are going to be huge for sediment control. There's a high sediment load naturally in this stream or this river, combined with long-term issues that are surrounded by historic logging. So we are within, but that's future restoration. And so within this grant and this round, we are only going to be taking out the existing structures. You can see some of the horse stalls and the red barns in the distance. There's also 3 very old and run down houses on this fee property, so we'll be taking those down, and Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group will be the ones leading that. Next slide, please. Am I timing wise, did I lose some time there? Should I speed up?
Yeah, I mean, just go ahead. It's fine. I know, because it's not your fault. So just keep on going. You're fine.
Thank you. So, am I right to assume that you all can see the next slide?
Yeah, so we see threats to the habitat, slide 16.
Okay. Apologize. It just showed up on mine. So as mentioned, sediment is really the highest limiting factor in the watershed at this point. As the picture shows, there's just a lot during flood events, there's just a lot of sediment moving through. And that is a big reason why the Hood Canal Summer Chum run that was reintroduced into the stream in the 90s has slowly been petering out, because the runs have been quite successful of adults returning. However, spawning success has been very low due to the flooding events that can drop a lot of sediment on top of the reds. So that's why the future restoration is going to be is very critical for this. Next slide. And I have my presentation up and I know which slide it is, so I'm just gonna keep talking even though it's not showing up on my screen. So threats to habitat, in our estimation, with this phase 1 project, we'll be preventing 20 houses from going into this area. On those, most of the phase 1 is within rural residential zoned 21 per 20 acres. However, some smaller lots are pre-existing, as well as, a lot of the larger lots can be subdivided. So that's where we get that number. But a lot of the phase 2 and some of our easement, the phase 1 easement properties are actually zoned R5. So all of the purple and the lower green and yellow that you see on the screen can be subdivided into 5-acre parcels. As mentioned, I think this is just a really huge opportunity to protect the lower main stem of a large river before it goes in the way of most others in Puget Sound, which is they're subdivided and houses get built on small lots, and there's not much you can do. But in this, you can really create a 4-mile long corridor of protected and functioning riparian habitat along the river. So super excited. Next slide, please. And so in terms of regulations, we're in Mason County here. And you'll see that there are the tan shading as well as the purple shading are the 2 different shoreline designations along this stretch of the river. Both these are a little misleading in that these are 200-foot wide buffers, just that the county is mapped out. So this is the actual buffer from a regulatory standpoint is actually less than what's shown here, 115 in the tan rural area and then 165 feet in the purple area. And so as you can see, there's, even with the 200-foot wide buffer, which is wider than it actually is, there's most of the properties, if not all, have the ability to be developed. And I think any development in here this close to the floodplain, and actually on some of the upper areas of what we consider the floodplain, would lead to a lot of degradation that is unacceptable, including, you know, large tree reduction. You've got a lot of sediment issues that come with building, and I think just keeping those large trees is so important, and the ability for the river to run free. And the lower picture on the left is kind of an infamous news story that made the news. This person just upstream from the project area actually went to jail for this, for putting, you know, bulldozing over 100 or over an acre of riverfront, in basically rechanneling the river away from this house. And I would say that a lot of this activity still goes on, and I don't blame you know, people with houses this close to the river, because there's a lot of sediment that changes with these big floods. So and so we definitely feel like the best approach for the entire watershed is to protect as much floodplain as possible and let the river slow down, work its way through the floodplain, rechannel when it decides to, and not have houses in the way. So next slide, please. So benefits to public access, as mentioned, I think flood and sediment control is a large benefit for all of slightly upstream and mostly downstream of the project area, you know, for the existing houses as well as houses along the shore, as on Hood Canal as well. We will be providing public access on the fee property. So that's over 145 acres of riverine access for folks to passively recreate on. And we'll tie in, you know, there's a lot of existing programs out here that Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group has, bringing school kids out, and work parties, and the intentional community that owns a lot of the easement land that we would like to buy an easement on, hosts summer camps for a variety of different groups, including kids. And we also, Great Peninsula Conservancy has a land lab program, which brings underserved youth out into nature for summer programs. And this is certainly a site that we would love to bring kids out to and include in our larger land labs program. We looks like we're going to have 10 AmeriCorps volunteers soon. So we have about 4 now. So we're certainly ramping up our environmental education programs. So yeah, next slide. So just question and comments, and thanks. Sorry for the delay and my bad internet access, but I'm really excited about this project, and you know, I'd love to answer any questions and hear any comments that you may have.
Great, thanks, Eric, and no worries. I mean, that happens sometimes. So questions from the committee, or anything you need to clarify, or a slide you want to jump back to? Nate, go ahead.
Hi, Eric. Can you speak to one, the relationship with the landowner? You talked about the opportunity. Who is the landowner, and do you have? Are you in a place where you feel confident you can move forward with them? The other question is, on the photos that you've showed, including this one, are these of the project site that you're proposing today? I know the one photo that showed the horse pasture was the project site, but what about this one and some of the other habitat photos that you've shown?
I think I got most of that. You were cutting in and out for me. I don't know if other people had that issue as well, but I will speak as good as I can. And if I missed your question, then feel free to clarify. But yeah, we have a good working relationship with the large 146 acre fee simple property. It's in a state right now. We're working with the children of the former owner, and we have an appraisal completed, which matches their expectations as far as we know. And we are just waiting to do a purchase and sale with them. And it's estates take a while, and it's in probate and all that. So, and yes, and so I can certainly describe where this is from our drone that we shot looking basically from the middle of the project down towards the conservation easement properties. So if you see the kind of a little upper middle, there's a light green field. And so that is the largely the extent of phase one. And so everything that you see this side is what we are considering is half of phase one. And then if we were to turn the drone around, we would be looking up at the horse pasture and the mile of stream further up. And so you could, yeah, so really, mature forest, we've got, the beaver ponds, the one on the left. And then there's there's a few. I wish I had a pointer that I could show you, but so the largely, except for that green field that you see in the horse pastures, you're seeing what it is. It's 60 to 80-year-old mature forests. A lot of over the years, there's been logging on the hill slopes, probably one or two times, and there's a lot of evidence of the channel moving around, and the beavers have highly utilized the channels, which are not currently the main stems. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Nate. Richard, go ahead. Richard, I see your hand up, but I can't hear you. I don't know if there we go.
Sorry about that. So I'm trying to gauge the a couple of the threat levels. One, you mentioned that sediment is a limiting factor in this watershed, and as in too much sediment. And I'm looking at the DNR hazard zone mapping for unstable slopes on the Mason County GIS site. And they show a lot of the sides of this river valley be in landslide hazard zones and unstable slopes. And there's going to be a lot of restrictions on logging and development because of that. And even if that isn't allowed, there's still going to be this is still going to be a very high sediment system. So I'd like you to comment on those two things about if there's much that can be done to truly change the sediment going through this system, and to what degree are what would normally be perceived as threats of logging and development limited because of these the restrictions on development and logging on steep slopes.
Sure, and I apologize. Again, my internet apparently is not helping either my home internet or my cell internet right now. I think there is a bit of a geomagnetic storm going on, but perhaps it's just where I'm sitting right now. But in terms of, I should just pause and ask, am I coming in clear?
I hear you fine.
Yeah.
Thanks. So yes, when we did our forest timberland appraisal, a lot of the area that is on the slopes is areas that are either too steep or unstable to be cut. And that there's, of the 146 acres, fee simple acquisition, there's only 16 to 18 acres of cuttable land, and that was in the upper corner away from the river. So you're
Okay,
right.
that corner you pointed out.
Yeah. So so there's that, and you're right that this is and the recent 2020 hydrological assessment certainly pointed out that this is a high sediment, a naturally occurring high sediment system, because I mean we're all on gravel till here, and it's not like the other side of Hood Canal, but I think there's a couple of things that are lining up well for the system, and the first is that we have the top half of the watershed is really owned by DNR, with although they are managing the landscape as state lands, which will be cut. Their forest practices are I think better than most of private landowners, and so I think there will be a significant system of riparian buffers upstream, in perpetuity, which will help to protect the sediment loads downstream. And I think as these forests mature further, I think there's going to be additional large woody debris and other benefits that a large mature forest has in the riparian zone. So and then in terms of threat, as I mentioned with that illegal activity, I think every time there's a house that goes in, you're going to lose a lot of the riparian structure towards the river, illegally or legally, and it adds up. So I think this is really our chance in the next 5 or 10 years to protect the entire stretch before it's converted into a lot of different ownerships and a lot of housing. I hope I answered your questions.
Partway. I was just wondering, the places might be zoned for homes and stuff like that, but if the slopes are unstable and that kind of stuff, they won't be able to get a permit to build it. So I was wondering your sense of what's allowed on paper versus what's allowed in the real world.
Oh, sure. From my looking at this, I don't, this is Mason County. This is not Snohomish, Kitsap, or King or Pierce counties. Regulation is a lot more forgivable. I do believe that that most the areas just outside of the FEMA flood zone, I don't see the county really pushing down and not allowing housing in this area. I really don't. So that's maybe my perspective, but given the existing conditions and where houses have been allowed, I just don't think there's enough protection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Richard. And thank you, Eric. I don't see any other hands up, so I think we're good. So thanks for presenting.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All righty. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Bye.
All right, moving to Capital Land Trust. And it looks like Lawrence is here. Are you presenting this one? There
yes, I'll be presenting it.
Okay.
Hi, Carl.
Hey there. All right, turn off my video. I'm going to give you remote control. Try clicking on the screen. Looks like you got it. There we go. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Carl. Hi, everybody. My name is Lawrence Reeves, and I'm the Conservation Director at Capital Land Trust. And before I get started, I wanted to thank everyone on the review team. I know this takes a lot of your time, and no one has a lot of time, so I really do appreciate your willingness to participate in the grant round. So our project is called Hudson Cove Riparian Habitat Protection, and it's in the WWRP Riparian category. We've been working with this landowner for years to get this, what I consider an amazing property, conserved. So it's exciting for me to finally get to the point of seeking funding. The project goals are to place a conservation easement on the largest unprotected property on Totten Inlet that will cover 228 acres of nearshore riparian and forest habitat. The property has 8,500 feet of marine shoreline, 9,500 feet of stream bank of both perennial and seasonal streams, and it has a 7.8 acre pocket estuary, which is known locally as Hudson Cove. In the blue inset map, you can see a statewide view of the project location, and then the larger map shows the project site relative to South Sound and to Olympia. And here you can see the project site in red and nearby conservation properties, as well as state, local, and tribal lands. So the property is made up of 11 tax parcels under the same ownership. And despite this county parcel map shown on the slide, there are actually no tidelands associated with the property other than the pocket estuary and no shellfish beds. There's a single family residence, a boat launch, and a shellfish wet storage area in the property covering a 3-acre footprint on the south side of Hudson Cove. So if you can see my cursor moving here, that's Hudson Cove. And then that orange oval is where the existing development is all concentrated. The total project cost is about $4.25 million. We're asking for WWRP funds to cover half of that cost, as shown on the slide. The conservation easement is valued at $4 million to extinguish all but 2 of the development rights on the property, and that's based on a recent appraisal. The amount would double if we extinguished all timber rights to the property. So that's why we are only proposing to extinguish the majority of the development rights. We've ranked for funding in 2 grant programs so far, Thurston County Conservation Futures and Salmon Recovery Funding Board, which between the 2 gets us to over $1.5 million in match with additional grants pending. The project site is the largest unprotected property, private property on Totten Inlet. It's 228 acres with very little development. Just as I mentioned, a house, a boat launch, and several outbuildings clustered in a 3-acre area on the southwestern corner of the property. This property is very unique, as you can see from this photo. No other property on Totten Inlet has this extent of high-quality marine shoreline habitat. That's over 1.5 miles of unarmored marine shoreline, along with 1.8 miles of non-fish-bearing stream shoreline. It also has 27 acres of freshwater and marine wetlands, as shown on the map, as well as 4 non-fish-bearing streams. Many animal species use this site, including at least 133 species of migratory and resident waterfowl, shorebirds, waterbirds, and land birds. Orca whales, harbor porpoises, harbor seals, and sea lions have been observed foraging in the waters of Totten Inlet. Steelhead, Chinook, coho, and chum salmon have been documented using the marine waters within the project site for foraging and migrating. The project site is important for juvenile salmon because once they leave freshwater, they stick very close to the shore, utilizing the nearshore environment, including pocket estuaries, to avoid predation, and because much of their food is found in the nearshore. They follow the shoreline all the way out to the Pacific, which gets back to why protecting nearshore and shoreline habitat is so important. This table shows there are 6 federally listed species that are known to use Totten Inlet, 4 of which are also state listed. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has designated all of Totten Inlet as critical habitat for Chinook salmon and killer whales. The property also supports these 14 listed or priority species that depend on intact shoreline and salt marsh habitat in Totten Inlet. And this slide shows a list of the 6 priority habitats found on the property. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife has documented surf smelt spawning over the entire shoreline of the project site. The extensive feeder bluffs along the shoreline are an important source of gravel for beach nourishment. Because the shoreline is unobstructed by bulkheads and docks, the drift cell can transport gravel unimpeded along the entire stretch of the property's shoreline, providing high-quality forage fish spawning habitat. The bluff also provides cavity nesting for birds, such as the pigeon guillemot and kingfisher. Giant chain fern, a state-sensitive species, is also found along much of the bluffs. You'll also notice the high amount of woody debris along the shoreline because of the extensive riparian forest. This isn't typical of developed shorelines. Here's another photo showing the dense riparian vegetation along the shoreline. And a close-up of just one of the many fallen trees along the shoreline that provide important wildlife habitat. This photo is of the north arm of Hudson Cove. Another aerial or drone image of Hudson Cove. And this photo is the south arm of Hudson Cove, where it meets the tributary streams. Most of the property is forested with many different age classes of timber, with the most recent harvest dating back to 2002. There's a logging road that runs the extent of the property, providing good access for timber management. Much of the forest is comprised of Douglas fir, as is typical of managed timberlands in our area, but there is also an impressive stand of large western red cedar, as shown in this photo. This photo shows a small beaver dam that's backed up the perennial stream on the property. The dam hasn't been maintained for a while, but having beaver on the property is a sign of healthy riparian habitat. And here's another photo of the perennial stream. And this is a photo of one of the seasonal streams on the property. According to the Native Pollinator Habitat Restoration Guide, the 5 largest threats to pollinators are habitat loss and fragmentation, habitat degradation, pesticides, non-native species, and climate change. The conservation easement will first and foremost prevent habitat loss, fragmentation, and degradation. It will also place limitations on pesticide use and the introduction of non-native species. While a CE can't directly address climate change, the property itself has a high degree of climate resiliency with its elevation gradient and varied habitat. Preventing additional development along the shoreline will help the infrastructure be more resilient to climate change and eliminate the need for protective measures due to sea level rise. Structural and species diversity is a critical factor in forming pollinator habitat, which this property provides. Here's a partial list of plants found on the property that provide nectar to butterflies, bees, and hummingbirds, and hosts to butterfly larvae. This county parcel map provides a clear view of the surrounding land uses and what a rarity this property truly is. Private shoreline property of this size with minimal development is essentially non-existent in the greater Olympia area. By placing a CE over the entire 228-acre property, it will look much like it does on this map for years to come. The project lies less than 5 miles from DNR's Kennedy Creek Natural Area Preserve and very close to Squaxin Island tribal lands, which are shown in blue, including their tribal headquarters. The conservation easement will be in perpetuity and will cover the entire 228 acres of the property. It will allow for use of the existing house and small shellfish storage area, limit future development to 1 additional residence, and allow timber harvesting with 200-foot marine buffers and 100-foot stream buffers, which exceed current regulations. Although the landowner is willing to sell the timber rights, because this is an expensive project already, we will extinguish additional timber rights as funding allows. The CE will also limit harvest size to a maximum of 50 acres and timing to no less than 5 years apart. The shellfish wet storage facility will have a sunset provision that terminates this use when the property is sold outside of the immediate family. The boat launch and a 300-foot area around the boat launch will continue to be used for loading and unloading and temporarily staging shellfish growing equipment. This map shows the proposed buffers, and the orange oval marks the area where the residential and shellfish storage activities take place. We will increase the width of the riparian buffers depending on the final appraisal and the amount of funding raised. But as I said, as a minimum, they will be 200-foot wide buffers on the marine shorelines and 100-foot wide buffers on the non-fish bearing stream. Capital Land Trust has 35 years of experience stewarding conservation properties. We have a strong stewardship and monitoring program made up of 2 full-time staff and assisted by our volunteer land steward program. And we monitor properties at least once a year. Monitoring consists of walking the property boundaries and interior, ensuring conservation easement terms are being followed. We have a restoration team to ensure the habitat on the property remains functional. And finally, we maintain a $2 million legal defense and stewardship fund and are enrolled in Terra Firma, a Land Trust Alliance insurance program, to ensure we have the financial backing to monitor and enforce our conservation easements in perpetuity. The RIA 14 lead entity and Squaxin Island Tribe have developed a watershed-wide project prioritization tool to help evaluate project proposals in the watershed. Shown in the upper right, the majority of the property scores highest priority for nearshore conservation using this prioritization tool. The Puget Sound Nearshore Ecosystem Restoration Project, or PSNERP, also has a project prioritization tool, which shown in the lower left that the property's nearshore and shoreline habitat are a priority for protection. There are also numerous plan strategies and assessments that prioritize the protection of the property based on its location, habitat features, and/or species utilization. The property ranked #1 in the Thurston County Conservation Futures Grant Round, assuring $750,000 in local funding. It also ranked for funding by the local RIA lead entity group for over $800,000 in surfboard funds. We're still awaiting results from 2 federal grants. The Squaxin Island Tribe, Black Hills Audubon, Steamboat Conservation Partnership, Thurston County, and Odessa Environmental are all financial supporters. The Griffin Neighborhood Association, DNR, Taylor Shellfish, and the RIA 14 Lead Entity Citizens Committee have provided letters of support. We're able to secure this level of support from community partners because for years, Capital Land Trust has been building relationships in our community and working collaboratively with local conservation partners. As I mentioned, Capital Land Trust has a 35-year history of land conservation in the South Sound using both conservation easements and fee acquisition to conserve over 6,500 acres of important habitat in Thurston, Mason, Grays Harbor, and Lewis counties. We have 2 acquisition staff and have been accredited since 2013. Capital Land Trust also has years of experience preparing baseline documentation and stewardship plans for each property, and we monitor our properties at least annually. We have an experienced stewardship and restoration team to help carry out the actions identified in our stewardship plans. And there will be no restoration work planned for this project. This slide shows the level of parcelization and development surrounding the project site. The zoning directly north of the project site is 1 residence per 1 acre, while this property is owned 1 residence per 5 acres. Even at the 1 in 5 zoning, after subtracting out wetland acreage, that could potentially allow for 40 houses. Exactly how many houses could be built on the property is speculative, but it's safe assumption that the parcel layout will be the typical narrow piano key parcels that ensures as many parcels as possible have shoreline frontage, thereby fragmenting the shoreline over many ownerships. And that's an example of that is shown in this white inset. Keep in mind that even residential development that follows all county regulations can still have negative impacts on water quality and wildlife habitat. As many of you know, there isn't one single source causing the deterioration of water and habitat quality in Puget Sound. It's the classic death by 1,000 cuts. This list and the graphic is but a sample of all the stressors impacting the overall health of Puget Sound. However, the common denominator is human activities on the shoreline and uplands. And many of the stressors are just coming to light, such as car tire dust being lethal to coho salmon. Here's an aerial photo showing the land directly north of the project site. The red line shows the approximate property line. The large 37-acre clearing shown on the slide was forested until sometime between 2012 and 2015. And you'll notice it was cleared of stumps, so the owner has plans other than forestry. This is allowed under today's county regulations, and the same thing could happen on the project site. If the property in this image had the same conservation easement as what we are proposing for the project site, it would have 8 to 10-year-old trees growing on it right now. As I've said, ideally all timber rights would be extinguished by the conservation easement, but given the high cost of extinguishing the development rights, it's not feasible to also include the timber rights. But compared to development, which is a permanent change to the landscape, timber harvesting is a temporary change to the landscape. And each stage of a forest growth, from seedling to mature timber, provides important habitat to many wildlife species. For example, some bird species rely on edge habitat, which is created by a timber harvest. And broadleaf plants that flourish after a timber harvest are an important food source for members of the deer family. Unlike with development, when land gets logged, there's no pavement or other impervious surfaces. There's no septic tanks, no shoreline armoring or docks, and whatever trees get cut are replanted. This slide illustrates the difference between development and logging under today's regulations. Much of the damage to critical areas and habitat is unpermitted. Here's an example of illegal shoreline tree removal less than 400 feet from our project site. It's also worth noting that new armor on Puget Sound shorelines continues to be permitted at a rate of almost 3/4 of a mile per year. And single-family residences are the most common applicant type for armoring permits. So between permitted and unpermitted activities that negatively impact the shoreline, Puget Sound is facing death by 1,000 cuts. If this project is successful, these potential impacts will be prohibited, and annual monitoring will ensure if they do occur, they will be quickly rectified, allowing the largest property on Totten Inlet to remain mostly undeveloped and intact. In terms of immediacy, the property is owned by 3 siblings who represent the elder generation of a large extended family. The younger generation will most likely sell the property for development if we are unable to secure the CE, while the 3 siblings still own it. The benefits of this project include ecosystem services, which benefit everyone through water retention, carbon storage, climate resiliency, water and air quality, and biodiversity. It benefits the Squaxin Island tribe by protecting fish and wildlife habitat within their UNA. It benefits the Kennedy Creek Salmon Trail chum population by providing refugia and foraging areas for out-migrating juvenile chum. It benefits shellfish growers by protecting water quality, and it reduces ESA liabilities for the community by protecting critical habitat. And it complements DNR's fantastic conservation work at nearby Kennedy Creek Natural Areas Preserve. As a conservation easement acquisition, the RCO does not require public access. However, Capital Land Trust has a strong commitment to getting people out on our conserved properties through volunteer work parties, property monitoring, outdoor classrooms, birding tours, and plant ID tours. We expect to periodically provide these same activities at Hudson Cove. We routinely open our properties to scientific research. DNR scientists regularly study a peat bog on one of our properties, and University of Oregon researchers conducted a multi-year climate study on another property. We've had MES students from Evergreen conduct their master's projects on our preserves, and we would certainly work with this landowner to grant access for such purposes. And that's it. Thank you again for your time, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Great, thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee or clarifications? Peter, go ahead. Oh, you're muted, Peter.
Oops, sorry about that. Thank you, Lawrence. Just wondering if you could tell us any more about the one development right that's being retained. Maybe I missed it, but did you define the size or where it's going to be or anything like that?
Yeah, that's a good question, Peter, and I appreciate you asking that. You know, we're still very early on in this project. It's difficult for us to really get very specific on issues like that when, you know, we don't even know if we're going to be able to make this project work from a financial standpoint. However, it would definitely be outside of any of the buffers that I mentioned, the 200-foot buffer, around the marine shoreline and the 100-foot buffer around the streams. And certainly we would try to locate it in an area that it has the least amount of impact. And typically what we do with a residence is we will designate a certain residential use zone, whether that's 1 acre or maybe even 5 acres, where within that there's fairly permissive use for doing things like planting a garden or building a swing set for the kids or something of that nature. But we would have that all figured out in the conservation easement, and they wouldn't be able to just put it sort of any old place they want and have a footprint that exceeds what we would limit that residential use area to.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks. Nate, go ahead.
Hi, Lawrence. On slide 30, you had the proposed buffers, and you mentioned a few times a 200-foot marine buffer. On this slide, you have it indicates a 300-foot shoreline buffer. Is it 200 or 300?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my mistake. I was playing with different buffer sizes to just get a sense of how they look visually. So thank you, and I'm sorry for that. It would be 200 feet. That's what we've negotiated with the landowner at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
For the marine, right? And 150 for the streams?
100 for the streams and 200 for the marine.
Okay, gotcha.
And that would be a minimum.
Right. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned that you won't be able to get the timber rights, and you said there'd be some constraints, like they couldn't cut more than 50 acres at one time. Have you thought in much more detail than that, as far as, say, the intensity of the timber management and that kind of stuff? Is this going to be, really intensive clear cutting with plantation forestry, or is it going to be kind of a lighter management approach that, say, like some of the DNR would take, or that kind of thing? Or are you just mainly just making sure they don't cut more than 50 acres at once?
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Richard. And I talked with the landowners quite a bit after the first presentation, the technical review, to really kind of push and see how far I could get with them sort of voluntarily agreeing to limitations around harvesting, and they really weren't amenable to that. The best that I could get was that limitation on acreage and on the timing, which I agree is not, that I would prefer to see something more restrictive. We have applied to several federal grants, including one through America the Beautiful, all that federal funding that came down. And if we're successful at getting that would be a considerable amount of money, and we would certainly really be able to, at that point, then scale back on the forest management and be able to compensate the landowner at the same time. But at this point, there isn't that. They're not willing to give up the ability to do a clear cut, and so it sort of is what it is. Yeah, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. I know Fish and Wildlife bought a lot of land without the timber rights, and we were pretty frustrated for about 40 years until we were able to finally get them.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks, Richard. Lawrence, do you guys have an option, or are you going to work on negotiating that to buy the remaining interest in the land?
So you mean to buy to extinguish the timber rights? Yeah.
Or to purchase the land and fee, you'll have the conservation easement.
Oh, I see.
Just buy the, yeah.
I see. Typically in a case like this, dealing with the fee versus the CE, this landowner does want to retain the property in the family. And
Okay.
so I really don't see them wanting to do an option. They might do a first right of refusal or something like that.
Mhm.
With regard to the timber, they would definitely, they'd sell the timber rights tomorrow on it. So I definitely think that we could come back and negotiate with them on the timber rights. My biggest concern, and I think I expressed that here, was just I feel like it would not be a very successful project to just come back to try to extinguish timber rights. But
Right.
if people felt otherwise, and the RCO felt like, hey, this was really could be a good project and the way to go, we're totally open to it, because I personally, hey, I'd love to see the timber protected on this property, particularly the red cedar forest, which I showed that slide of.
Mhm. Right. Okay. Thanks. Any other questions or clarifications? All right. I don't see any
Okay.
other hands. Thanks,
Well,
Lawrence.
thanks. Yeah, thanks everybody.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We are at a break. Got a little behind with the technical glitch. What are we at? 2:05. Let's come back. Let's take our 15 minutes. We'll come back at 2:20. And is that right? Yeah, 2:20 for with Fish and Wildlife. All right. Hey, everybody. Lisa, are you presenting the next one?
Anthony is.
Anthony. Oh, there you are. Okay. Let me get that one opened up. Okay. All right. Hey, there you are. All right, I'm going to hand you remote control. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take it away. Looks like you're moving the mouse around. Should be able, there we go.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Everybody's here?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I'm Anthony Novak. I am the district wildlife biologist for Pacific and Grays Harbor counties for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here to present our RCO grant application for North Willapa estuaries and shoreline. So we're trying to help conserve one of the largest and most pristine estuaries here on the West Coast, project 221239. And I've presented here, I think this is my 4th time presenting. We've acquired grants in the past in my district and I've done some great work. And I always feel like this is like, it's like one of those singing contests like The Voice or American Idol. Made it through a couple rounds, hoping the judges will put me in the top 2 this next round. So here we go. Next slide. Maybe, oops. All right, so we are looking to acquire in total about 1,500 acres across 8 different private land ownerships. Those privately owned lands are zoned either undeveloped or forest land, or one property is zoned agricultural. In a matrix of properties that we, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, already own. On your map, what you see what's light green is properties already owned by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And some of these more distinctly colored properties are the parcels that we're looking to acquire as part of this grant. And here we are in the matrix, a bigger matrix of Pacific County and Grays Harbor. The other colored properties are parcels that are owned by the county or Department of Natural Resources. This is in, I think I skipped over the previous map. We're in southwestern Washington, just outside of the town of Raymond, along Willapa Bay. I'll backtrack. Along Willapa Bay. Okay, so this project's goal is to protect important wetlands, riparian, forested shoreline habitats that are adjacent to Willapa Bay, maintain ecological function, protect the water flows flowing into the bay, and protect fish and wildlife species of special concern. Total, we're looking at fee acquisition of up to about 2,500 acres, or sorry, 1,500 acres, and pretty significant amount of stream bank, 26 miles. Probably about half the property is freshwater wetlands, or half of the properties. About 15% is tidal wetlands, estuarine tidelands. And the remainder is forested uplands with multiple fish-bearing streams, some old growth trees or much older than usual age trees, and in close proximity to existing WDFW lands. So category 1, acquisition benefits. So highlighted in red here, these are the envelopes for the properties that we're looking to acquire. The purple lines here, these are fish-bearing streams that we've identified. There's about 10 distinct fish-bearing streams flowing through the properties that we're looking to acquire. All in all, if you total all the miles of stream bank and all the miles of shoreline, we're looking at about 26 miles of stream bank and or shoreline as part of the acquisition. Noting 1 mile of stream has 2 miles of stream bank if you're counting both sides. So big number. First high note in my song. The other benefits here, so within this map, anything that's in color, these blue and purples and greens, those are the wetlands that we find on the properties that we are looking to acquire. So there's about 50% of the total acreage is in some kind of freshwater wetlands. And then about 15% of it is some kind of tidal wetlands with some sort of saltwater influence. The remaining of the properties here in white, that's the uplands of all pretty much industrial timber. So in total, acquisition benefits For the land, 26 miles of shoreline along rivers and streams, sloughs, and Willapa Bay. If fully implemented, we would connect to existing WDFW lands for about 10 miles of shoreline of shoreline along Willapa Bay. If you identify riparian as being either wetland or within 250 feet of a stream, then about 2/3 of the total acreage would be classified as wetlands. And what's adjacent is primarily commercial forest lands managed for industrial timber. Acquisition benefits aquatic species. We have a number of salmonids in those fish-bearing streams that we're looking that are in the lands we're looking to acquire. None of which are listed, but these include coho, chinook, fall chum, winter steelhead, residential, and I believe sea-run cutthroat as well. There is one federally threatened species that would benefit by this project. That is the green sturgeon. The southern DPS distinct population for green sturgeon, which breed up the Sacramento River, use Willapa on a consistent basis in the summer and early fall months. And the Willapa Bay estuaries are designated as critical habitat for the southern DPS of green sturgeon. Non-aquatic species, so a number of other species would benefit from this project. Roosevelt elk, Canada geese, assorted duck species, black bear, shorebirds. The Willapa Bay as a whole is designated as hemispheric level importance for shorebirds, for migrating shorebirds in particular, because they'll stop over at Willapa Bay, tank up on energy resources as they move north to their breeding sites, and then do so again as they move south for the winter. During the winter, there's been documented up to 27,000 shorebirds using those mud flats on the edge of the bay, and up to 50,000 when they're moving north. Amongst those include species of greatest conservation need. The marbled godwit is a SGCN shorebird. Species of greatest conservation need are, they're not threatened, they're not endangered, they're sort of on the cusp with certain life history traits or other factors that lead them for us to take notice that they could go that next level without assistance. Other SGCN species, bandtail pigeon, dusky Canada geese, marbled murrelet, we'll note here in a minute, possible northern spotted owl. And then amongst pollinators and invertebrates, there's the potential here for western bumblebees, but there hasn't been any surveys done, so it's sort of a big void as far as knowledge about that SGCN pollinator. Some slight potential for other pollinators like sand verbena moth or silver spot, depending on how the properties get managed in the future. Okay, marbled murrelet. So marbled murrelet, federally threatened, state endangered. There are murrelet nesting sites within a mile of some of the properties we're looking to acquire. And this is a seabird that nests in mature and old growth conifers. And so the properties we're looking to acquire have a number of old conifers that fit this classification, specifically spruce trees that are probably in the 70 to 100 year range. And the limiting factor for the species is it needs nesting sites in close proximity to marine waters and foraging area. And so this would be the perfect location to further develop nesting sites for marbled murrelet because it's right adjacent to the harbor. Other non-aquatic species, bandtail pigeon, wood ducks are on the property. So bandtail pigeon, the species that's here in the picture, we put telemetry devices on some last year and the year before. And in this map on the right, all those square blues, those blue squares, are locations of a bandtail pigeon, primarily in that top right corner where there was a nesting tree and then a lot of its foraging area. But you'll see it makes a couple of distinct runs out to the coast. We've identified one of these three areas that's highlighted as a mineral site. And what bandtail pigeons do is they use mineral sites as a place to get salt, which appears to be pretty important to them for raising young. And we monitor these sites throughout the state because of their importance to bandtails. There's only about 20 or so. And so it looks like we have 2 potential mineral sites additional that we could protect by bringing these properties into public ownership. And so this is another one of my high notes. This is one of my good runs in my song. This is where the audience applauses. And I guarantee no other riparian project has had these as part of their presentation or as part of their project. Okay, next category, Planning and community support. So under planning for aquatic species, this area would fall within the strategic plan for salmon recovery in RIA 24. And one of those principles is to enhance, restore, and protect key habitat for salmonids. Next slide. So there's a cornucopia of other plans that would be supported by this acquisition. And I passed it. So Coastal Zone Management Act, Washington Coastal Zone Management Program, the Pacific Counties Shoreline Master Program, all would be supported by this acquisition. I already mentioned the strategic plan for salmon recovery. Washington State's Wildlife Action Plan, specific is to protect habitats designated as ecological systems of concern and critical to various species of greatest conservation need, e.g. band-tailed pigeons, dusky Canada geese, marble murrelet, green sturgeon. Washington State Environmental Policy Act, North American Waterfowl Management Plan, like there are a lot of waterfowl that use these properties currently and would be supported. U.S. Shorebird Conservation Plan, because of those mud flats on those tidal estuary areas are important to these shorebirds as they move north and south, and the North American Waterbird Conservation Plan. We have letters of support from and have active partnerships with Ducks Unlimited and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Both groups have been working with some of the landowners to try to help make sure that these properties are available for acquisition and stay available. Willapa Grays Harbor Oyster Growers Association has written a letter of support because of the importance of inputs of clean water and protection of the estuaries to their operations. Pacific Shellfish Institute, University of Washington's Dr. Rusink, who's done work here for 20 plus years studying food webs in Willapa Bay, and says, look, this project would improve inputs into Willapa Bay and benefit the estuaries and the ecosystem as a whole. Twin Harbors Waterkeepers, Pew Charitable Trusts have also written letters of support. And for tribal engagement, we did have a meeting with the Shoalwater Tribe to verify that and to confirm that there was no conflicts of interest with the tribe in pursuing these acquisitions. All right. Next category, step 3, stewardship, organizational capacity. So our mission, the Department of Fish and Wildlife's mission, is and has been for a long time, preserve, protect, and perpetuate fish and wildlife in the ecosystems while providing for sustainable fish and wildlife recreational commercial opportunities. If acquired, these lands would be pulled into the Olympic Willapa Hills Wildlife Area, which is a wildlife area complex, has multiple units, total about 10,000 acres under management. There are 3 permanent staff that work for the wildlife area, plus a large support team. I would be one of those members of that support team, as well as probably dozens of other employees. And there's key here is there's a stable budget for operations and management. So every acre that is acquired by the state has a certain amount that will be allocated every 2 years for operations and management, and that's a stable funding source. The Willapa Hills, Olympic Willapa Hills Wildlife Area Management Plan was last done in 2006 and is scheduled to be updated in 2023. We will look at including these, future acquisitions as part of that rewrite. If acquired, these lands would go into the North Willapa Bay unit, where the emphasis is on estuary restoration, waterfowl habitat benefits, trying to improve fish populations, manage for diversity of species, maintain habitat for T&E species, certain endangered species, control noxious weeds, and allow for recreational access. Category 4, this is purely an acquisition project, so there's no points associated with this. Just want to outline that there's a huge amount of potential if these get acquired and brought into public ownership because of the connection with what we already have and because it facilitates restoration projects. What's highlighted in orange here on the right are areas of wetlands that are currently freshwater wetlands that used to be tidally influenced. And so they are lost essentially. And so we have an opportunity to do some restoration. This one property at the north top left corner of the map is especially good for a quick and easy restoration project. If acquired, there's a couple blockages of the estuaries and sloughs which impede water flow into our property, which could easily be removed and return those tidal lands into return them back into tidal lands. So we would want to do reconnection of tidal wetlands. We would want to do forest stand health improvements where we already have funding available to do some of those things. And we would want to look at removing existing fish barriers. All right. So threats to habitat, right? Similar to a lot of places. So shoreline development is one, because these properties are on the bay, have beautiful views, even though they may be in timber, maybe identified for forest land. They can be cut into smaller pieces and houses put on them, which is a primary contributor, that runoff in residential practices, primary contributor to the flow of toxins, chemicals, pathogens into the water system. One of these properties was put up for sale recently. We're hoping that by getting funds, we can have them hold off on doing that. And two of these properties the families are in transition. So there's been, whoever owns the properties is now getting ready to retire or has passed away in some cases. And so if the agency or if the public doesn't acquire these, then they could be cut up into even smaller portions and divided amongst heirs or other buyers. Sources of non-point pollution here: forestry, agricultural runoff, nutrients and sediment. We have failing tide gates. We have old infrastructure. If it gets brought into ownership, we can plan for those changes versus having them happen in an emergency situation where it makes it hard to plan for the future. There are issues with increasing water temperatures. Current forestry practices on industrial timberlands provide for minimal large woody debris. There is a fair amount of this acreage is ready for harvest at this point in time. It's over 50 years of age, and already has this forest practices application in. There's also potential here for wind power development because it's right next to the coast, and wind power is good for some things, but probably not the best for seabirds, marble mallets, etc. Community benefits, public access. So here by the airport, this is the ag lands. There it's pictured pretty wet. We would see continued use for some unrestored lands via agricultural lease. This maintains working lands, helps control invasive plant species, and is a way to manage to improve forage for waterfowl, especially here, the SGCN dusky Canada geese love this area and like areas that are managed via livestock. Also, we'd be looking at modifying those existing practices to reduce impacts to water quality, be it agriculture or forests as well. Other community benefits. So the shellfish industry here in Willapa Harbor produces about 10 to 20% of all the oysters in the United States. And so in this map, all these white parcels here, ivory colored parcels, these are existing commercial shellfish operations. So this project would protect the flow of fresh, clean water into the harbor and protect and or improve that estuary function that is occurring to prevent impairments to water quality. Near the project area in the smaller lower map, what's yellow, purple, and red are areas identified as having impaired water quality currently, either due to pollutants in the sediments, changes in temperature, changes in dissolved oxygen, bacteria, or invasive species. Okay, other community benefits. It's right along Highway 105. There's already turnoffs and places to park, readily available for the public to use. A couple of nice viewpoints, such as the one seen here. Opportunities for hiking, fishing, big game hunting, potentially doing dog walking or taking dog field trials, and waterfowl hunting. Properties are already gated, so it would be more non-motorized access. There's camping already nearby at Grayland and Twin Harbor State Park. There is an airstrip. The Port of Willapa maintains an airstrip there adjacent to the properties. And we have an existing boat launch managed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife on our lands adjacent to the properties we're looking to acquire. For educational opportunities, University of Washington has been doing research here since the early 1900s in Willapa Bay. Dr. Rusink has been doing it for 20 plus years. There's more opportunity for University of Washington graduate students and undergrads to come out here. Grays Harbor Community College has a forestry program up in Aberdeen. They've already used our lands that we purchased with riparian grant funds up in Westport to teach their students, managing of timber, that's not directly related to commercial operations. So there's opportunity there. And then Raymond Community Schools, if we were to do salmon in the classroom, great place to go release those salmon right nearby the town of Raymond. All right, so coming in for a landing here, hit my high points again. 1,500 plus acres, fee acquisition, plenty of benefits to SGCN species or federally listed species, including green sturgeon, band-tailed pigeons, marble murrelet, SGCN dusky Canada geese. It's already connected. It would be connected to lands that we already own, providing about 26 miles of stream bank and shoreline in a matrix that would create about 10 plus miles of just protected shoreline if fully implemented. Thanks for the opportunity to present here, and I look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you, Anthony. All right, questions from the committee or any clarifications? Richard, go ahead.
Hey, Anthony, a couple questions. The first one, the highway runs right through that property along a lot of the shoreline. Is there fish passage through all those culverts? Is that a limiting factor for fish use in any of the streams?
So for most of them, no. We did our habitat program folks took a look at the passages, and so for the ones that are, let me see if I can find a map. For most of the ones along the highway, it's not an issue. Like a lot of the ones where the fish passage issues where the tide gates are around the airport area. And so anything beyond the tide gate, I mean, it's impaired either way. But for most of the rest, as I recall, they are not, the highway is, the fish passage is okay for most of those.
Great.
I think all of them actually.
Okay. So you didn't talk as much about salmonid use in the tidal zone as I expected. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Not my area of expertise. I mean, I understand that it's important for fish rearing and for for escape, depending on where they're coming from. I have seen, I mean, I can see firsthand that they want to use these sloughs and these areas when they're small, and I can see firsthand that the impact of some of these tide gates that are there, like they'll somehow get in, and then things will dry out, and they're going to end up dying because they can't go back and forth.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Glenn, go ahead, and then Nate.
Anthony, I have two questions for you. One is on community support. So how does the county commissioners and City of Raymond administration and the general public feel about this project?
Well, so general public, I mean, didn't do a poll, but we had a lot of support from like Twin Harbors Waterkeepers. That's a local group. Generally supportive from all the information I get from people. Not everybody though. So that no matter what project you do, there's always some individuals that have reasons to not support public ownership of land. We did not ask the City of Raymond directly. They did the Willapa Port Authority that owns the airport did come back, and they asked us, hey, while you're at it, they wanted to see if we could acquire some of the land around the airport that was sort of outside of the levee. So I take that as an indication of support. County commissioners had been notified. One of the county commissioners just wanted to make sure that agriculture was maintained in some way, shape, or form in the future, and was generally supportive. And other inquiries we didn't get any response from the county commission.
Okay, and the second question has to do with the zoning and shoreline protection and critical areas. So wouldn't much of this land already be protected either under shorelands or critical areas?
Sure. So certainly wetland, like protected from development, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. But the forested uplands would not necessarily, like they can be cut up into smaller parcels with individual houses put on them, and or clear cut or whatever the case may be.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Go ahead.
Hey, Anthony. The other two answered most of my questions. One, disappointed we didn't get the wigwag dance this year.
No mud minnows here. Sorry.
Can you, if this project is funded, can you really conserve all of the land on this map with the funding request, or is this going to end up being like a multi-phase project?
The hardest part to predict here, the most expensive pieces are those that have timber on them. So the wetlands, the majority of the project, yeah, those we can acquire, but the most expensive pieces are going to be the timber, and that'll depend on appraisals. I can't fully predict, but there is a potential there that we could miss some of that timberland because of not having enough funding. That said, we do have other opportunities for funding in-house and through federal grants, and I think it would make sense to me that we could leverage RCO funding to match for federal funding and other funding if necessary.
Okay, thanks. How many landowners are you working with here?
So we have 8 total. We have letters of acknowledgement from, I think, 4 of them, and we've prioritized them as well. It's like the 4 that we have letters from are our top priorities.
The other 4 you've reached out to and have not heard back?
Well, one's a timber company. It's hard to figure out who's who with that timber company. Others maybe just didn't send us a letter back. So we read, like, one is it's the daughter-in-law talked to her mom, who's the patriarch, says it's okay, but without sending back the letter in the signed form.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Any final questions or clarifications needed? All right, well, good. Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, see you. All right, moving to Woods Lake, and let's see, Leanne, are you presenting this one? There you are.
Hi there, I am.
Hello. All right, we'll give folks a second to advance to this project. All right, Leanne, I'm going to hand you remote control. Go ahead and whoops. All right, go ahead and click on the screen, see if you can advance your slides. There we go. I see your. All right.
Did that, oh, yep, it did. Just trying to get back to the.
You'll be able to use the arrow keys on your keyboard. Forward and back should work.
The arrow keys do not seem to be working.
Maybe not. Okay. Down on the left where it says slide 2, you kind of hover over that. There's some little hidden.
It went the wrong way.
No, it went forward.
Oh,
no,
now the arrow keys are working.
Maybe okay. All right, good.
There we go. Okay, great.
All right, go right ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm Leanne Weiss, and I'm from Forterra, and I'm going to be presenting to you today about Woods Lake. I believe we also have 1 or 2 partners joining us today from the Tulalip tribes. I think, Natasha, are you online? I think I see you. Great. Hi, Natasha. Thanks for joining us. Oh, and Kurt. We've got Kurt Nelson here too, also from the Tulalip tribes. Do you guys want to just briefly introduce yourselves? Oh, Natasha, I think you're muted.
Hi, I'm Natasha Como. I'm a restoration ecologist for the Tulalip tribes.
Yeah, I'm Kurt Nelson. I'm the environmental department manager with Tulalip. And Libby Nelson was trying to get on this conversation too. She is part of our treaty rights office, and she has an interest in Woods Lake and potential for acquiring it. So
Great. I think I see her there too. Thanks for joining us, Libby. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and keep moving forward.
You're welcome. Thank you, Leanne. Sorry.
Great. No worries. Great to have our partners joining us today. So our goal is to acquire 40 acres of freshwater bog habitat and the surrounding forested uplands for conservation and cultural benefit. Our proposal is for Forterra to acquire the property and transfer it to the Tulalip tribes, who will own and manage it long-term to ensure ecosystem and wildlife protection while enabling cultural access and traditional uses. Public and educational access will be allowed through coordination with the tribes. And also, an exciting note is that we're in the process of drafting an option agreement to ensure that our offer is accepted, and the seller's been super agreeable to this, and just spoke with him this morning actually, so that's great. This is a picture from a site visit just a few months ago. So this is a map just to get us started off with some regional context. Woods Lake is shown here in orange. So we're in Snohomish County, north of Highway 2. You can see the surrounding area on one side is state forest lands, and then we've got some kind of developed areas around kind of the outside, lightly developed areas there. Here is an additional map, again, showing similarly the state lands on the side, as well as some residential areas around the parcel that we're looking to acquire, the two parcels that we're hoping to acquire. Here's an aerial image just to give you a good sense of the habitat that we're looking at. So it's got Woods Lake there in the northeast corner, some intermittent streams, and substantial wetland and upland habitat. So moving forward into the acquisition benefits here, we've obviously got the freshwater lake, 9.5 acres, as well as this freshwater bog wetland at just over 14 acres. And then an intermittent stream riparian corridor, as well as mixed conifer and hardwood forests. So Woods Lake is a freshwater lake with scrub, shrub, and forested wetland that contains primarily bog-associated species, providing habitat for a unique assortment of plant species adapted to the acidic conditions and soils. These are a number of species found on site in our recent visit, both, species, priority species, as well as species used for cultural use as well. There we go. The forests adjacent to the lake provide a critical buffer and protection for the bog to stabilize the hydrology there, including various conifers, including western red cedar, hemlocks, and shore pines, and hardwoods such as red alder. Here's a map of the dominant habitats and species. This is a map that I think we had some conversation previously about, and I went in and spent a little bit of time understanding the sources here of the data and what they mean. And so these are documenting kind of species assemblages, and the main difference in the assemblages is just kind of what tree species is dominant. So in the Woods Lake parcels, we have dominant shore pine, whereas on the other side over here in the state forest lands, it's more dominated by western hemlock and red cedar. The whole area has priority species such as the peat mosses and the skunk cabbage and the other ones shown on the slide, the bog cranberry and Labrador tea. Also, we've got marbled mulette habitat in the state forest lands, as well as nesting duck habitat throughout the wetlands. There we go. So the property is adjacent to state forest lands, and acquisition of the property would extend protection to the majority of the shoreline. The state trust lands are managed by DNR on behalf of the county and have an average buffer of 180 feet. There's no public vehicle access to the DNR lands, no plans for harvest, road construction, or formalized recreation. So this would ensure protection for the majority of the riparian area around the lake, as well as provide really the only public access, publicly accessible location for viewing. Woods Lake will be protected in perpetuity through ownership by the Tulalip tribes, as well as through the deed of right with RCO and restrictive covenants through the Conservation Futures Snohomish County program. We have broad support for this acquisition from the Tulalip tribes, our partners, as well as Snohomish County, who has approved and approved our proposal for funding. It's been approved by the board and being forwarded to recommendation to the City Council. So we're really excited about that. We also have support from the state DNR forester, who's written a letter of support that you've seen in our application. Forterra has worked with the tribes as well as the county and DNR on projects very similar to this. So we're really excited and ready to move forward with this additional project, which supports multiple benefits: cultural, ecological, conservation, and open space. This is a photo from 2007. This was a project that we had looked at back then and did not end up moving forward because the seller was not able to wait for additional funding. But this time around, we have a seller who is really hoping that this property can be conserved and transferred to the Tulalip tribe. So we're in a really great spot there. There are a number of planning documents that support the goals of acquiring this property. This includes the Snohomish Basin Protection Plan, which calls for increase in open space acquisitions, especially those with important hydrological features. The Regional Open Space Conservation Plan, which emphasizes that remaining open space in the region should be conserved in partnership with tribes and ensuring their tree and tribal rights, as well as the Tulalip tribe's own acquisition strategy, which calls for opportunistic acquisitions that have cultural and ecological components, such as Wood Lake. Stewardship. So as many know, the Tulalip tribes are a leader in restoration and stewardship and will steward the property in perpetuity. So their mission is to carry out co-management of the resource, and I will let them speak to that if they'd like at the end when we go into question and answers. We've included funding for creating a stewardship plan in the application, and then the maintenance and additional stewardship would be provided by the tribes with their own internal funding. So the stewardship plan would be created to protect the existing intact habitat, which is largely intact due to overall minimal impacts over the last decades. So in terms of the threat to habitat, this area is zoned as forestry, and it allows 1 dwelling unit per 20 acres. There's 2 tax parcels, and the larger parcel could potentially be divided into 2 lots under a rural cluster subdivision. So there are extensive buffers that would be required. We discussed this when we presented to you guys in May. Likely a necessary buffer of 180 feet for residential development, and then 125 feet for forest harvest. So those are protections in place. However, looking at the imagery here, we do believe that there could be space with those buffers for residential development in the southeast corners of both parcels. And again, the potential for subdivision on the larger lot could allow for 2 sites on the larger lot. We did touch base with the Snohomish County permit techs, who also shared that the zoning code allows for additional dwelling units, as well that if the wetland buffers were more extensive, or the wetland was more extensive and the buffers prohibited any development, their reasonable use criteria could allow for a development to still occur. In terms of other threats to the habitat, just again emphasizing the sensitive nature of the wetland bog, considered imperiled by the Natural Heritage Program. It's a Category 1 wetland and declining over the state due to state and country due to land use change. Community benefit. So the property will be used by the Tulalip tribes for sustainable harvesting of traditionally important bog species, tribal youth educational programming, and additional cultural practices and ceremonies. Public access will be allowed for activities such as bird watching, walking, viewing the unique habitat, paddling, and education. There will be partial limitations to ensure that this critical habitat is protected and to allow for the tribes to utilize the resource. On-site signage will indicate that the site is owned by the Tulalip and that the public are welcome to access the site on foot, but must remain on established trails and should not pick or harvest plants. And then any upcoming tribal events could be posted to let the public know of future restrictions. The lake, again, is not currently open to the public because of the private ownership and then the lack of access on the DNR side. So this would allow access where it had not previously been. So this acquisition is a unique opportunity to partner with tribes, the county, the state, and a nonprofit to work together to conserve this rare freshwater bog for both ecological and cultural benefits. So, thank you, and we'll go ahead and take any questions.
Great, thank you, Leanne. Appreciate that. Questions from the committee or any clarifications needed on this project? Neat, go ahead.
Hey, Leanne. You mentioned that the staff from the Tulalip tribe might be able to speak a little bit further to the stewardship aspect. Do you all want to speak? Do you have anything additional to add to that scoring criteria?
Yeah, that'd be fine. If you have something, please do.
Yeah,
let us know.
Or Natasha, maybe one of you could speak briefly to kind of how you guys do stewardship and any thoughts you have on this property for the long term.
Well, with Kurt speaking, Natasha, you can add with a lot of our larger properties that we've purchased, we've developed stewardship plans for that. Like we have some property up on the Beckler, and we have some property down in the estuary where we've done a restoration project. We have stewardship plans for both of those. And so, we're familiar with what needs to be done to steward these properties. We're also in the process of adding a new staff member to our department to focus on stewardship, because right now it's kind of shared between staff like Natasha and others. And so the tribes are here in this watershed, are not going anywhere, and value properties like this because of their unique characteristics and opportunities for to harvest the species on here for cultural purposes, as well as for learning purposes for the younger generations at Tulalip. I don't know if Natasha and Libby want to add any more.
Yes, I would like to add. So for stewardship, we will work with the new stewardship ecologists that hopefully will be onboarding here soon, hopefully within the next 3 to 4 months, my goal. But we are also working with the Washington Conservation Corps crew on our invasive species management strategy, and we're working on other properties along the Skycomish River and on reservation. We are planning, once these properties are acquired, to add it to routine stewardship activities. Also, like everything from monitoring of encroachment of invasive species to planting where needed and mapping, of course. The inventory of invasive species currently is ongoing for properties on Tulalip and will continue to do so to inform our further stewardship activities. It's like ongoing thing. So I can't tell you at the moment how would we manage the property, because we just don't know what's the needs. We would identify those needs and then we would continue as appropriate.
Excellent. Thank you.
I was just going to add on that during our site visit, I think we were all pretty impressed by the lack of invasives on the property. There are 2 partial structures, a yurt and a foundation of an old cabin that would be removed.
Moving forward, if the property was purchased, a stewardship plan would be very important, and all this would be laid out in that. So in terms of also, access and what needs to be done on the site. So we will certainly develop that plans.
I was just going to add, this is Libby Nelson in the Treaty Rights Office, that there's a really rich history of tribal presence in areas like Woods Lake and Cochrane Lake, and it just represents an opportunity, and this was mentioned before, to reintroduce the kids to these areas and to this unique kind of bog type ecosystem. So I think it's wonderful, and I hope it works out.
Great. Thank you for helping clarify that. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question to kind of help clarify the threats of development. The maps that you pulled up, they're kind of like county-wide maps. They can be pretty crude when it comes to mapping wetlands and stuff like that. Has somebody gone out there and actually kind of walked the wetland boundary and kind of confirmed how extensive it is?
Yeah, we have been out to the property, and there is significant wetlands. There are the upland areas where there are some drier spots, you know, kind of where the old cabin foundation I mentioned, that area is a bit drier, a little bit higher and drier, as well as some of the yurt area. But you know, the areas kind of around the lake are certainly significant wetlands.
So are you pretty confident the maps you showed, those are pretty accurate depiction of how extensive the wetlands are?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was trying to go back to them, but I'm not.
Oh, I can go back because there is.
Oh, thank you. Oh, do I not? I don't have control anymore. There, yeah, I think.
Should I go back further?
There was one that had the actual wetlands on it. Yeah. So my guess is that, you know, so there's the wetlands that I had on this map that I think it's maybe one more back that we're getting to and is in our files. And then the county database also has kind of a modeled wetland, which does, or, you know, kind of the opposite. It's like the most potential, and they're a bit more extensive. So my guess is they're probably somewhere in between. We've looked at the LiDAR, and there are some of the, you can tell that you can kind of see where the low-lying spots are. They definitely mimic what we see here. I would say there may be some additional low-lying spots kind of sporadically in some of the fringes of the wetlands shown here.
Okay. I used to work as a wetland consultant in King and Snohomish County, and developers would have high hopes for a piece of property. When I go out there, you'd find the wetlands were a lot more extensive than they thought. So that's why I'm just checking to see how much you ground truthed it.
And I think that's, you know, I've definitely seen that in my experience as well. I think that's fairly common. You know, my guess is you could get a house on there, you know, 1 to 3, depending on the official delineation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question.
I think the LiDAR would be pretty good at, in this particular location, at defining where the wetland edge is, but it probably, you probably would want to eventually be more, do a comprehensive survey to see where the actual edge is. So
Good, thank you. Any final questions or clarifications needed? All right. I don't see anything else. Well, thanks so much, all of you, for joining us. And Leanne, are you presenting the next one as well?
I am.
All right. Well, let's just take a short break. We'll take we're 5 minutes ahead now. Let's just take 10 minutes. Come back at 3:25, and we'll wrap it up with the last presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, ready for the last presentation of the day. Clover Creek. Hey, Leanne. There it is. All right, stop that. All right, I just handed you remote control. See if you can. It's like you're moving the mouse around. There we go. All right, and you're muted. So there we go. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking to see, we may have one other person joining me for this call, but I don't see him on the call yet. So maybe he'll join us partway through. So again, hi, Leanne with Forterra. Today or now I'm going to talk to you about another project. This one is on Clover Creek in Pierce County, and it's an acquisition from Tacoma Water. There we go. So our goal here is to acquire 113 acres of forested wetland and riparian corridor for the preservation of open space and conservation of habitat, as well as to ensure that future developments are prohibited or prevented, and to continue public access for recreation and community benefit. This is where we are, Clover Creek in Pierce County. It is just south of Puyallup in Frederickson. This is the property down here. You can see the wetlands here, as well as some industrial development neighboring the parcel. This is another map showing the parcels in question in orange. Clover Creek going through kind of the full extent, about a mile of Clover Creek riparian habitat here, surrounded by kind of unincorporated Pierce County and some conserved areas around, but none directly adjacent yet. So to give you just an overview of what we propose to do, Forterra will partner with the Tacoma Sportsman's Club Conservation Land Foundation to facilitate the purchase of this 113 acres from Tacoma Water. Approximately 10 acres of these two parcels will be used for shooting ranges and archery, which are open to the public. This portion of the acquisition will be funded by the Tacoma Sportsman's Club and owned by them. The remainder of these two parcels, over 100 acres, will be used as open space with trails and light restoration, which are going to be funded through conservation dollars and owned by the Conservation Land Foundation, and will have deed of right and restrictive covenants recorded at closing. This is some additional detail kind of highlighting the breakdown of the space. So this is the currently owned portion of, or currently owned property by the Tacoma Sportsman's Club up here in this darker green. Below it, we have the two parcels that we're currently trying to help facilitate the purchase of. Again, they're currently owned by Tacoma Water and being leased by the Tacoma Sportsman's Club from the Tacoma Public Utility. The public utility is a willing seller, hoping to sell to the Sportsman's Club so that they can continue the use and it can be maintained as open space. However, they've indicated that they have a couple of years time frame to make progress on the acquisition before they would put the property on the open market. These areas in orange are the shooting ranges, which again would be purchased that proportion of the funding would come directly from the Tacoma Sportsman's Club. So we've got 3 shooting ranges in the proposed acquisition. One is a 25-yard range here, a 600-foot long range here, as well as a 200-foot range here. And then there's an archery trail and course throughout a portion of the property here. The 600-yard range is the one that does go over the wetlands. It's only open for organized events and only open to highly skilled shooters. There are target berms here at the end of the 200-yard range, which both of these ranges shoot into these berms. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that as we continue. So the acquisition benefit is to protect the priority habitat against development in an industrial and exurban area of Pierce County. We've got priority habitat of wetlands and freshwater forested shrub wetland, as well as the mature upland forest that would also be protected. We'll maintain robust riparian buffers along approximately 1 mile of Clover Creek. Portions of Clover Creek are on the 303D list for impaired waters. And we'll also provide habitat for coho, salmon, winter steelhead, and cutthroat trout, which have been documented here, although may not currently be present due to low flows and some barriers. So hopefully could see return over time. There's also beaver, some beaver evidence of beaver activity and beaver habitat on the parcels. Those are highlighted here in red. This is a map just showing the wetlands and some of the salmon species and their kind of documented extent from the priority habitat and species database. So acquiring this is also this property is also supported by other programs such as the Chambers Creek and Clover Creek Watershed Council, which lists Upper Clover Creek as a priority reach for preservation. Their plan here also calls for connecting landowners to habitat and restoration and conservation resources, as well as the recruitment of volunteers and connecting them to worthwhile projects. And I want to just say that the number of volunteers and folks committed to this work at the Tacoma Sportsman's Club and their land foundation is extensive. Moving forward, we've also got the Puyallup and Chambers watershed strategies here, which put Clover Creek in their priority geography 1 for the Chambers watershed, and again call for protection, especially of headwaters. As I mentioned, portions of Clover Creek are also on the 303D list for bacteria, dissolved oxygen, and temperature, and a TMDL alternative is currently being developed by Pierce County. The ecology source assessment report recommends activities that will increase filtration, have stormwater control, and increase riparian buffers and planting. All of these objectives would be supported through an acquisition and maintenance as open space. And project managers at the county and ecology feel that this acquisition would support the water quality efforts being outlined in the TMDL alternative. Finally, Pierce County is very supportive of this acquisition. And in fact, when we talked about it with them during our conferral, they kind of shared with us that they had also been looking in this area, just hoping to see an increase of open space and recreational opportunities, and excuse me, expressed interest in some of these sites on the eastern portion. And so, you know, if if we can acquire this, I think there'd be an additional phase potentially with the county to acquire some of these parcels to increase access, and could even have trails kind of on both properties. So Forterra has a long history of stewarding property for conservation purpose and intends to work with the long-term landowners to create and implement a plan that includes maintenance, restoration, and long-term use. So some potential stewardship needs are the removal of the invasive bindweed that is found in the portion of the wetlands that are just south of the shooting ranges. You can see that shown here. So they're aware of this kind of invasive species and interested in looking for funding to do removal. There's also an undersized culvert on site, which would be another priority for stewardship and restoration. So again, the Land Foundation is a new entity, and Forterra is willing to work with them to ensure that they're on board for stewarding, long-term stewardship. And we could even potentially own the site in the interim if needed. And we could also potentially, if it were deemed necessary, also retain an easement on the property. So those are just some options on the table. Threats. So the parcels are zoned employment corridor, which allows for industrial, office, and business services. It does not allow for residential. And we've seen a lot of development in the past several years in this area into office space. And I'm going to show you a couple examples. But obviously, development will remove the habitat as well as contribute to water quality impairments through increased impervious surfaces and decreased riparian cover, and also eliminate the potential for public use in this area. Again, Tacoma Public Utility has indicated that they will be forced to sell the parcel unless the club foundation has made advances towards the purchase in the next couple of years. So this is a property just south of the acquisition property called Fred, I think it's Fred 310. It's about 300 acres that was recently just sold to a developer. It was previously owned by Boeing, which is shown just to the east of this. So the site includes both confirmed wetlands, class 3 and 4, as well as considerable areas that are under potential wetland review. So sold for development. And so, you know, we really think that despite there being areas under wetland review on the property, that it is likely to be sold for industrial development regardless. We also have there we go, an Amazon property that exists right here. This parcel was sold to Amazon in 2020 and developed right up to the edge or the border of the property with the club leased property, the acquisition property. You can see that right here, just how close the infrastructure is to the wetlands. Go. In terms of community benefit and public access, the Sportsman's Club offers many public amenities on both the property they own and this property that they currently lease. As I mentioned, the ranges and archery field course on the acquisition property are open to the public with nominal fees to cover operational expenses. One of those expenses is a range safety officer who is always present at the ranges. They also offer a free hunter education course on the archery field, which is available to the public. The club is really interested in maintaining and expanding public opportunities on the property. And again, this they're public, so they do have some privately managed ranges on their own property, but these publicly accessible ranges on the property they currently lease are the only outdoor public shooting ranges in Pierce County. So just to emphasize that a little bit, just the benefit of folks having a place to go where they can participate in this activity rather than finding other kind of open spaces to recreate in, where the shooting activities may be less desired. So wanted to touch briefly on some of potential conflicts and questions that might arise around the shooting ranges. So as I mentioned earlier, there are berms at the end of the ranges that collect shots. And Tacoma Sportsman Club operates with an abatement plan and best management practices to sift for and remove shots from these berms. The only range that has shots fired over the wetland or the surface water is this 600-yard range, which is only open for events and used by highly skilled shooters. The wetlands kind of are underneath or, on the middle portion of the shooting range. So fairly unlikely that shots are going to drop out at this location and fall into the water and wetlands. Additionally, many shooters no longer use lead bullets. There's other types of bullets out there that can be utilized. And then the 2015 environmental site assessment found de minimis impacts from the shots and spent ranges. This is a photo. So you can see the berms here, and then the photo of the range, the long range here. In summary, this is kind of a unique and rare opportunity to partner with a unique set of folks who are very community focused and are interested in conserving this property as open space and stewarding it in perpetuity. So that's what I have to share with you. Before we go into questions, I'll also just introduce my colleague, Joe Sambatero, who joined us. Thanks for joining us, Joe, and he'll help me kind of answer questions that you guys have.
Great, thanks, Leanne. Questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? Glenn, go ahead.
And would you go back to, I think it was slide 5, please?
Sure.
Which was the map of the shooting range, new shooting range area.
Yeah, and while Carl's getting there, this is how the shooting range currently exists on the leased property and would continue to exist on the acquired property.
So on the orange portions, I'm just trying to make sure I understand the orientation. So the orientation, it would be shooting left to right on that longer one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the berms are located kind of at the end there, and that's what folks are shooting into.
Thanks, Cindy, and then Peter.
I had a question. You said you had talked with Tacoma City Council, and I'm curious because I understand this is an economic development zone, which I'm guessing is why they ended up with no buffer on the Amazon project. The question really is, do you think that having it in that zone will continue to impact properties such as this one or in adjacent areas as they're being proposed to develop?
I just want to make sure I understand the question. Are you asking if having this property acquired will impact additional development in the area?
No, they indicated some interest in having more open space areas, but I'm wondering if their development criteria is in conflict with that, so that if you didn't purchase it, the kind of buffers we saw on the Amazon site would be applicable to other development in the area. Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure I understand understand what you're asking, but
Oh, let me try one more
yeah,
time.
I apologize.
That's all right. Yeah, the Amazon site was developed relatively recently,
2020.
and it was in the economic development zone. I can't remember the exact name of it. And I'm wondering how they determined the 0 buffer on that.
Yeah.
And if that 0 buffer would apply to other development within that zone. If there's some reason that was different, or if we would see development just like that on any other undeveloped parcel in the future.
Yes, I see. So the zoning is the same kind of throughout this area. I would not anticipate, this one that I had mentioned, this Fred 310 project was just purchased with the intention of being developed into warehouse. So my assumption is that it will continue to be developed with those buffers, minimal buffers / non-existent in some areas, just because that's the path that's happened before. I think that's kind of additionally why the parks is interested in this area. But I can't speak to exactly what would happen or how that would go, but
it was helping me understand a little bit about the threats for the additional area around there.
Great question, Cindy. I'll just add, I think with these types of projects, you both have an amazing conservation opportunity and existing threats. And so it's that we're seeing those threats of development to the north with the Amazon campus, to the south with that Fred development that was recently sold. And the benefit here is this is the headwaters of Clover Creek, so there might be some additional protections, but I do think that what we're exploring through and learning, and we'll learn more once we initiate an appraisal, is that much of this could be developed and is threatened. And it just comes down to exactly what areas are developable and which areas aren't because of those buffers. But that if we are successful in protecting this and the county is successful in acquiring maybe some of those parcels to the west and east, we'll have been successful, both RCO, if this grant is funded, and the other partners in Forterra, in protecting a key part of those Clover Creek headwaters. So hopefully we'll get there.
Okay, thank you. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah. On the slide we're looking at, there's the current TSC owned property. Can you assure me that land is going to stay undeveloped? I would hate to see us support purchasing this land along the creek and then see the TSC property parcel off and sold for development. It's kind of like they're a value if they're together, more greater value if they stay together than if.
Yeah, the club has been around and owned that property. I think, I don't want to misspeak, but I think it's been 60 years. They have a huge user base, a large user base at any rate. And they're very active. They have a wedding venue. They have rock hunts, geology rock hunts on the area. The number of activities that are occurring on their own property is extensive, as well as, the venue, the softball field. I don't see these guys going anywhere. And I certainly think that they would say the same. That's kind of what I can say on that matter.
Okay, so that parcel looks like that would be very developable and worth a lot of money. If they are ever to get in hard times, there'd be a lot of pressure to sell off part of it. So, but thank you.
Good, thanks. And did you have anything else? Maybe your hand is just still up.
Sorry, still up.
No worries. All right, anything else for this project? All right, I don't see anything else. Well, thanks you guys for joining us and presenting.
Yeah, thank you all.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to the end of our meeting. So if advisory committee members can just stick around for just a few minutes, we will close out. We'll officially close out the meeting and then have just a kind of a wrap-up conversation. So for anyone else joining us, thank you so much. That was the end of day one of evaluations for WWRP riparian protection. We'll be back again tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. I think we have 5 more projects.